things that we liked, that we loved, and that we disliked from this very good Mariners series against the Rangers. But can I tell you one thing I disliked about my weekend?
What's that?
So I was driving my Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Best car ever. Best dealership ever.
Plug.
Absolutely right. And this car that's like 5 cars in front of me, all of a sudden all this metal comes off the bottom of the car. And I'm on I-5. We are driving at the speed limit, minimum.
Maximum speed limit.
All this metal starts coming off the car, and this one like metal piece, I don't even know what it was, gets in my lane, and I run over it, and I'm like, whew, that was weird. Anyways, so then I keep driving, and then immediately it's beep, beep, you know, like your tire, it starts telling me it's flat. So it's going quick. It is, I mean, it's going from 30, 31, 29, 28. Like, it is deflating in real time very quickly. So
and I hope you were slowing down with the deflation, right?
Well, I was on the freeway, so I was in the far left lane, so I had to get all the way over to the right lane.
Dangerous. That's not like you.
No, I know, and you know that I hate changing lanes. So I had to get all the way over to the right lane. I pull over on the shoulder. I can't even leave the freeway. I'm on the exit ramp. And like another 2 cars pull off the freeway ahead of me. Another car pulls up behind me. There was like 5 or 6 cars that had flats from driving over like this metal bar or whatever. So then I'm just stranded on the side of the freeway for a while until...
Who'd you call? Who's the first person you called?
Well, first I called my sister to complain. Then which is probably what I would do in an emergency. Like if I was on a ship that was sinking, I think I would call my sister to be like, this is so annoying right now. And then I would call for an emergency. But then I called AAA. But AAA didn't even make it there in time because there was debris on the roadway. Actual, like, the Washington State Department of Transportation sent people out to go fix everyone's tires and, like, tow everyone.
That's nice of them.
Yeah.
For free. All right.
I mean, because it was technically, it's like, this is an emergency. Like, there's a bunch of debris on I-5.
Right.
And, like, a bunch of people are getting flat tires. So I almost died, is what I'm telling you guys. Thank God that I'm here today.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you almost dying. I'm laughing at you thinking that you almost died.
I could have almost died. You never know. That's like a Final Destination thing. Have you guys ever seen Final Destination?
Of course.
You know when, like, the logs come off the car and hit people in their cars? Basically, that's what happened to me. Only metal came off the bottom of a car and I got a flat tire.
Why
but it's very close to killing me.
I never ride behind the logging trucks because of
that. Never. Nah. And now, from now on, I will never ride behind another car because you never know what pieces could fly off that car and that I could run over. So anyways, so I got a flat tire. Oh, and then I went to a dealership. They didn't have the tire in stock, so I had to, not my dealership. There was like one in the area. Then I went to Costco. Had to get a Costco membership to even go to the tire center, and they didn't have it in stock. But now I have a Costco membership.
At least got a Costco membership.
Yeah.
So on the plus side, I'm gonna buy so many paper towels this weekend.
You're a grown up now. You got that Costco card, baby.
The second I get 4 tires on my car, it's over for you guys. I'm gonna go get so many things from Costco. I'm elated. So that was my weekend. I hope you had a good one.
425 says, this does not sound very gratifying. No, that was not a gratifying.
What do you mean it's not gratifying?
For you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not for you. No, it's not gratifying for you.
I thought you meant the story itself. It's like you guys wanted more, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Nah.
Me getting stranded on the side of, and then when I called AAA, she was like, what exit are you off of? I was like, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I don't know where I am. I know I'm in Washington. Like, she was so mad at me. I was like, I'm trying to look at Google Maps. I'm trying to help you. I simply don't know.
Well, sorry. Well, you made it out safely.
I made it out alive.
You're good.
I have 3 tires, which is most of the tires that I need. Did you have a good weekend?
It was all right. I was supposed to go to the scrimmage on Saturday, but then schedules got all jacked up. I had to take my kids to their games. But other than that, it was good. Got to play some golf on Sunday and listen to the Mariners do their thing. So, no, it was a good weekend.
All right. I think the Mariners had a really solid weekend. I'm just going to say like a solid 4 games against the Rangers. I know there was one we'd like to get back, but overall, things could not have gone better for you in that the Astros were swept. You got 3 of 4 from, by the way, a Rangers team that's pretty hot.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I can tell you right now, the Astros are looking at both the Mariners and the Rangers. We're going to start with things that we liked, disliked, and some things we loved. Let's start with what we liked. Bump, what's something you liked from this series?
Something that I liked, just seeing Gino out there. I know that the performance didn't match the emotions when you talk about him being out there on the diamond, but no, it was good for him to be out there. I was just happy that he was back and that he's going to get in his groove. There were a couple balls that he hit, like 2 of them should have been gone, and they got to the warning track and to the fence, and I told my buddy, I told him, I bet you he's thinking, in Arizona, that's gone. In Arizona, that ball is gone.
Absolutely.
But he squared some up. He had some good exit velo on a couple of those shots. Didn't finish the deal, but it's all good. He's going to come around.
I think that I found myself, whether it's with the addition of Gino, obviously Naylor, looking at the lineup as a whole, just really appreciating the depth of the squad. Let's take a listen to Cut 7. Here's what Dan Wilson had to say about the lineup.
I mean, it's a dangerous lineup, up and down, and when you have a couple of guys at the top that can run and create a little bit of a havoc, you've got the league's home run king right now, and the RBI guy at the top as well to drive some guys in. You've got a lot at the top, and then at the bottom you've got guys that are putting up really good at bats, and they're drawing walks, and driving the ball in the gaps, and finding themselves on base, and letting that thing turn over to the top again. It's just it's a very balanced lineup, and it's a very dangerous lineup, and I think we haven't seen what it can really do yet, and it's coming. It's really close, and that's why I think this series, getting our feet on the ground and taking it into the next series is going to be big and get us some momentum.
I think that last point's especially true about we haven't really seen what they can do yet. Gino and Cal are healthy. They're perfectly fine. They're just in kind of, I don't even want to say, for Cal it's a slump, sure, right. But you haven't seen both of them really on and really raking yet. It's a 162-game season. It happens for every player. It just so happens to be going on with the two of them right now. Gino kind of getting into the swing of things, adjusting to being with a new team, to be expected. And Cal just kind of, sorry, he, is hitting the first month ever where he's not absolutely raking. Still drew a really important walk yesterday. But I have not gotten tired of seeing this lineup, of the excitement that I feel about this lineup, of the construction of the lineup with a Rosarena leading off, Raleigh hitting second. I really like what they've done with it. JP a bit later in the lineup. And I think that I'm still excited about the fact that we haven't even seen the best of them yet. Yeah, and I think that is what I like as well. I'll throw another one in there because we haven't seen the best of the two biggest bats together, yet this team still found a way to pull out a 3-1 series win. And I think that just goes to show just the depth of this lineup now. 1 through 9, you can't chill no more. I mean, Young is a legit threat. That Canzone has pop when he gets going. You got JP down there who feels like and looks like he's coming out of his slump. He had 2 home runs this series. No, and that's encouraging that your 2 big dogs ain't big dogging it. Mm-hmm. And you're still getting runs and winning ball games. So imagine when it all comes together. I was sitting here waiting for the Bob Condotta deal that we're going to do. And I'm looking at the text lines during the Brock and Sox show, and someone had the audacity to say, no. Ben Williamson was doing the same thing that Gino's doing, bad trade. I'm like, relax, man, relax. Now, if we get to the end of August and September and Gino's not, doing what we're used to doing, then okay. But I'm like, dude, relax. Give Gino some time to get acclimated and start feeling it again. Gino's been here for all of, a week? Yeah. You're trying to have an opinion that isn't at all informed. You're just, I don't know, you're angry about something. I don't understand. But Gino's ability, potential, season as a hitter is monumentally higher than Williamson's ceiling right now. And that's okay. They didn't have to deal Williamson. They still have him. They sent him down to continue developing. This is a win-win. Yeah. You didn't have to give anything up. Curtis, you were looking at just the vibes of the squad as something that you liked from the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like they approached this series with a lot more confidence than we have seen them kind of meet these big moments in the past. And I think a lot of that had to do with the trade deadline acquisitions, and especially coming off a disappointing series against the A's where you dropped 2 of 3. The Mariners had every reason to enter this series just kind of mopey and grumpy, but you make that trade on Thursday, late Wednesday, early Thursday, to get Gino back here. And it didn't even feel like I didn't once think about that A's series this weekend. It was just such a fun vibe out of the ballpark this weekend. Let's get to what we loved. And Bump, I think for most of us, it's going to be maybe the single best moment from the weekend. We're going to cut one, JP's walk-off homer.
The stretch and the pitch to JP. Swing and a drive. Deep to right field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball.
Yeah, bump. Is there anything cooler? Is there any better way to end a game?
Man, that was awesome. And good for JP because, he was struggling a little bit. He went from having one of the best on-bases percentage in the game to, falling off a bit. So that was fun. I was actually at my buddy's restaurant, Moonshine in Linwood, sitting there with my guy McCormick and Sprague. And we're getting up, we're cheering, we're rooting. There's only like 5 of us in the restaurant.
You guys losing your minds?
Yeah, we're going crazy, man. And it was fun. The dramatics were great and good for JP. And right there, I thought, all right, this lineup deep. I'm like, okay, JP hitting the walk-off home run. We didn't expect that. If anything, you're expecting Cal, Randy, Julio, someone else to do it. So another example of just how deep this lineup can be. Love that for JP. Love that for the team.
I am not saying, this is going to sound like I'm being a hater, I am not saying that Garver couldn't have done something. I'm really grateful that JP hit the homer because I don't know how my faith level would have been were Garver, who was pinch hitting up at the plate to drive that in.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not that he doesn't have pop. The reason that Dan is having a pinch hit is because he has pop and he has power. But I was just like, once JP did it, I was like, oh, thank God. And not only that, it was just a great way to end a hard-fought game. And you've played them tough, kind of.
Yeah.
You've gotten the upper hand against the Rangers, and I'm sure the Rangers aren't going to love playing Seattle, and typically this year don't. But they have played you close.
Yeah.
You've had plenty of games going to extras. You've had one-run wins, and this was yet another that ended up being a close one. And it was just whether it was Cal bringing out the water cooler, everyone losing their minds, poor Jen Mueller. Getting drenched. JP was holding her underneath.
She tried to get up under there.
They got her. So yeah, that was the most fun part of the weekend, and I think another really good one to hang on to is a stat coming out of the weekend: 100th home run, and the 4th consecutive 2020 season for Julio.
Are we off to what we loved? Because that is what I love.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that because Julio's had an interesting, sneaky type of season, right? The slow start that we're used to seeing. He's had a glimpse of greatness. He'll go 2 or 3 games where you think he's turning the corner, then he'll slow down a little bit, but he's steady just racking up these numbers, right? Sneaky numbers that he's putting up. And for him to be the first person in Major League Baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 years, is crazy. I think Bobby Witt is going to join him with that this year. I think he's on track to join him there. But he continues to do things we've never seen before. Right? His rookie season, he had one of the greatest rookie seasons we've ever seen. And it had me thinking, I go, do we give him too much love or do we not appreciate him enough? Because it's such a weird relationship that the city has with Julio, because I think people recognize his potential, but they feel like he hasn't reached it yet. Granted, he's 24 years of age. He's got a lot of work to do. But while he's not reaching his potential to some people, he's still racking off all these accolades and doing things we've never seen before. So, I love seeing that for Julio. It's extremely important that he continues to hit the ball the way he's been hitting it and lead this team into the postseason.
That's a really interesting question. Like, do we give him too much love or not enough? I think it's that he has so much national recognition, and he just has that it quality. Like, he's very likable, he's marketable, he's just like radiates like a happiness and a joy that I think does make him, from a national perspective, a very easy face to attach to a franchise.
Right.
So that's kind of what they've been doing. And he's also kind of seized the moment at times. I know people complain he isn't clutch, but when you talk about being on a national stage in terms of like a home run derby, both times, neither time he won, both times he set some kind of record or did something that had everyone talking. So he is someone that generates a lot of conversation and a lot of buzz, and that does lead to all of that attention, and then people feel like, but he's not meeting the moment.
Right.
This is a reminder that he does do those things. So I know that you'll have a moment where bases loaded, 2 outs, he comes up and grounds into a double play, and people just feel really frustrated or they feel angry or whatever. But then you're reminded that there are records he's set and things he's doing, and that he's 24 years old.
Yeah, he's a young buck. He's a young buck, and he's responsible for doing old man things or veteran type of things. And I think it's okay to ask that of him or to expect that from him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we got to realize that he's in such a developmental part of his career that, got to give him some slack. So, and now with the additions of Naylor and Gino and everyone else playing the way that he's playing, I think that will allow him to relax, swing freely, make good contact, and get going here.
Let's go to what we disliked. I hate that he's even heading this off, but I'm going to go with Cal Raleigh, who's in a bit of a slump here. Cut 8. Here's what Dan Wilson said Saturday with Cal's 5 strikeouts.
He's fine. He's in a good spot. Just one of those days for him, and we all have those days, that's That's going to happen. It's baseball, and I think he's fine. He's just one of those tough ones today.
So, again, it's going to happen to every single player. I think that because our expectations for Cal now are he's going to go up and hit a home run. Oh, my God, this is going to happen. When he doesn't or when he strikes out, it can feel frustrating. You can also see a little bit of Chase, timing being a little bit off. You know what I mean? Like, there is a reality to his slump that isn't just bad luck. It's like, you know, he probably needs to, like, tweak one or two things or get this much-needed day off, whatever it is. But he is in a slump. It's also okay. And he's in a slump and maybe not playing his best baseball, and you took 3 of 4.
Yeah, he's allowed to be in a slump. He's still the home run king right now. RBIs, he's still tied with Gino when it comes to RBIs. I'm not sure, but he's up there. Listen, this is what happens when you're behind the plate almost every game. You're standing, you're squatting, you're throwing. The body wears down. And also, we got to take into account that pitchers aren't just serving him up the meatballs that they used to. Like, he is respected in this league as the home run king. So the approach is a bit different when it comes to these pitchers. But there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be fine, that he's going to work his way out of it. But this is why you go and get the bats that you got, because there are going to be times where Cal cannot save the day. So, JP, you save the day. Julio, you save the day. Randy, you save the day, and allow the guy who kept you in contention to not stress about what he's doing in the batter's box.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Seahawks held their annual scrimmage at Lumen Field on Saturday and came out largely intact. What's the real headline?
I wish I could say the same about myself.
You're intact. Is your car
here.
intact?
I almost died,
You
Bump.
did almost die.
I almost died.
Did you scream? Were you scared?
I was scared. I almost died. You guys don't realize this could have been just the Bump show. You were that close. You were seconds away from this being the Bump and Bump show without Stacy. You would have had to open the show playing Sarah McLachlan and like remembering my life, and that's how close you guys came to losing me.
Okay.
Thank goodness
Glad
I'm
we
here
didn't.
right now.
Glad we didn't.
I ran over a piece of metal on I-5 and I got a flat. Thankfully, I'm getting a new tire on today on my Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Favorite car, favorite dealership. And so thank goodness, but no, I didn't come out all intact. I only have 3 tires right now.
All right, can we give AJ Finney some love, though? I heard he got hurt during this deal. I know mostly intact when we think about the starters and all that. But, yeah, they did suffer an injury. I believe it was when Drake Young caught his touchdown. I heard AJ went down. So hope he's better. It's not
definitely
sounding great, but when we're talking about the guys that you're depending on throughout the season, yes, they came out intact. Remember that one year when, was it Quentin Jefferson got a bad injury or something like that during one of these scrimmages when Pete was here? I don't remember. It was somebody who got hit pretty hard, and they stopped the scrimmage. The scrimmage was supposed to go on for like 30 more minutes, and they just stopped it. So the fact that we didn't have any of that is good. But big ups to Finney.
I'm trying to remember who that was. It was a scary moment, too.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Next up.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Jerry Jones told Cowboys fans they shouldn't lose any sleep over where negotiations are between his team and Micah Parsons. What's the real headline?
This feels like the captain of the Titanic telling passengers to go back to their rooms.
Yeah.
You guys don't, it's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Just go back to your rooms. Everyone relax.
Hey, guys, our best player just requested a trade and told everybody about it. But you know what? Don't trip.
Everything's fine.
I got this. Here's what's true about what Jerry is saying is that he eventually gets these contracts worked out. We saw it earlier in the 90s with Emmitt Smith. We've seen it with CD. We saw it with Dak. He takes his time with these. I don't understand why. I never thought that we would be in this situation. But for him to say, hey, don't lose sleep over it, it's like, all right, read the room, man. Your fans are panicking right now. I know Cowboys fans, I know several of them, and they are tripping. They are stressed out.
Yep.
So I think your comments should reflect kind of what your fan base is feeling at least, while also reassuring them that everything's going to be okay.
I have a conspiracy theory that's not unique, but tell me if you guys agree that Jerry has this become a national topic because he loves the attention.
Oh, Jerry loves attention.
You know what I mean? Like, he could very easily just solve it, like if he intends to pay them anyway, but he kind of wants people to talk about it.
Yeah, but it gets to a point where it just looks and feels disrespectful to Michael
Yes,
Parsons.
exactly.
If that's his angle, he wants people to talk about it, you're absolutely right. It is working. We're talking about it every single day. But at some point, your relationship is going to change with that player.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard Dan Orlovsky make a good point this morning. He said this feels personal with Micah. He said with Dak Prescott, with CeeDee Lamb, it didn't feel personal because he wasn't coming out and saying all these wild things about them. He was just saying, look, we're going to get it done. But with Micah, it feels a bit personal. And I can kind of understand that because Micah's one of the more vocal players in the NFL. He has his own podcast. He lets his personality shine. And maybe Jerry doesn't like that. So everything's being thrown out there. Like, we are speculating for days because it makes no sense to anyone who follows the game.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Julio Rodriguez hit his 100th career home run this past weekend and also became the first player in baseball history to start his career with 4 consecutive 2020 seasons. What's the real headline?
That doesn't make sense. Bump, I thought he was a bust.
Thought he was overrated. Bust. He's getting paid too much. Granted, he's getting paid like the 60th best player in the game.
Too much.
You look at his numbers, he's ranked around 50 or 60 when it comes to a lot of these things. But yeah, I understand the frustration from people, but I think it's also important to recognize when he is doing something special. And for 4 years, he's done something no one has done. So tip your cap to Julio and put some respect on his name, and hopefully he continues to get hot and this team goes on a run because all the experts are saying the A's and the Mariners won the trade deadline. And that's something that I've never heard before. You know, last year I think they mentioned the Mariners at the trade deadline doing their thing, but it just feels different. This one feels different. So you combine those moves with a Julio who looks to be ascending. Vibes are good right now. And also hearing about Bryce Miller touching 98 during his outing. So this is it's shaping up to be a good run towards the end of the year.
A comment Mike Macdonald made about one Seahawk has us wondering the things we might have wrong about this team. That's coming up next.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscarford.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson coming out of his office as a customer asking where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know, Mike Macdonald had some really good things to say about one Seahawk in particular, running back Zach Charbonnet. Cut number 9, here's what Mike said.
He's just a stud. I mean, he's just everything you want in a person and a football player. That's him. I mean, he's just does it every day. Same person, great spirit, strong as an ox, does everything right. I mean, you just go. What do you want from a football player, Zach Charbonnet?
Now, he's not the only one, Bump, because Clint Kubiak last week in an interview with us was asked a question from a listener, shout out to that listener, about what makes an elite running back in his eyes. We didn't ask him about Zach Charbonnet. We said, what makes an elite running back? Cut 15. Take a listen to what he said.
Number one is intelligence, Number two is longevity, or just availability. Guys that are available for the whole game. The best backs that I've been around are super smart. The guys that can, we give them difficult game plans and they can go out and make adjustments. And then we got, our top two guys are doing some really good things. But, Charbonnet, the way that his mental approach to the game is extremely impressive. He does not flinch. If he ever has a question, you didn't coach it good enough because he's that on it. So really been impressed with him.
Now, Ken is going to be your starter, but Bump, here's the point of this segment. I want to explore the things we might be wrong about or that we're open to being wrong about when it comes to this team. One of them for me is that Charbonnet might still have a much bigger role than I anticipate him having.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, when you ask your offensive coordinator about the running back position and the first name that comes out of his mouth is Zach Charbonnet, he's doing something right. And he seems like he's a smart guy. When he says if Zach has a question, that means that you didn't coach it up right. So that means that Zach is a guy who's in the playbook asking the right questions and always prepared. And you talk about availability, he's always been available. Whenever he is called upon to take that starting role a couple times last year or just get the bulk of the carries, he's able to do that. And some of that is luck, too. I don't want to knock Ken Walker for not being available. I know it's unfortunate that he's not always available, but those are things you can't control. You got to get a bit lucky with that stuff too, and take care of your body. So I think that's been great for Zach Charbonnet. And I've watched him all camp, and he looks great. And I also pointed out last week his route running is on point too. Like, he looks like he's taking another step when it comes to just his overall readiness to play and understanding of this offense. You got to be smart at that running back position. People think it's just, hand the ball off, go get downhill, get first down. Nah, man, you got to allow things to develop. And I was listening to Luke Kuechly talk about how he was so successful, and he was talking about how he always knew who was going to block him, right? So therefore, he was able to anticipate what's going on. As a running back, say you're running that wide zone stuff, you got to kind of anticipate or know where the bodies are going to be, which guard is going up to this linebacker, who's going to be open, who am I going to have to make miss? And I think that's part of it. And then the pass pro, too. Pass pro is so underrated. There's checks and calls at the line of scrimmage that shift the pass protection. You got to be able to make split decisions. Zach Charbonnet seems like he's that type of guy, well-rounded all around, just a good ball player.
I'm just excited to see the kind of role that he has in this offense. I know last year, particularly in that game against the Cardinals on the road, he kind of not burst onto the scene, but had his best game of the season. And for a while, people were going, oh, my God, is he going to surpass Ken Walker in the depth chart? And he's not. They're different running backs, and I do think that Ken Walker's skill set favors that kind of lead back role. That being said, I think Zach Charbonnet is really dynamic, and I'm curious to see him with a coordinator who kind of knows how to use running backs differently than Grubb did.
Here's the thing, too. Ken Walker's going to get the nod week one. But let's say Zach Charbonnet comes out and he's getting downhill. He's picking up first downs. He's available. He's all the things that Kubiak mentioned. There's going to be some talks. I remember last year was the Arizona game. He went for like $134, and we came on our show and people were saying, or at least one person said, look, no question, Zach Charbonnet should be the guy. And my response was, it takes more than just one performance to take over a position, especially over a guy like Ken Walker. But if you keep stacking days like he has during this training camp and you get into the regular season and he's performing at a high level, I could see the carries shifting, not completely like Ken Walker's phased out, but it's like, all right, let's give Zach 3 more carries this game. Let's get him 4 more carries this game. And what that can do is push Ken Walker as well. It's like, all right, well, I got somebody on my butt right now, so I got to go out there and be my best. And that's what's good for football teams. Competition is great within the organization.
What's something else with this team that I have one more. I'm curious to see if this is yours. Something else with this team where you're like, this is what I think is going to happen, either with this position, this player, whatever. But I'm open to being wrong about it because you see some other possibilities.
Yeah, so I think that Jake Bobo is going to get every opportunity to be that number 4 receiver. But I can see Horton getting to the mix.
Yeah.
We talked to a few people who were at the game, or the scrimmage this weekend, and Horton is making plays. On Friday, Horton was going across the middle, catching the football, making those big plays, stretching the field. So I think I could see a scenario where Horton is that 4th guy and Bobo's fighting for that 5th spot. And Derek Young, too, man. I talk about him every single year. He had a touchdown during the scrimmage. And so I could see 1 through 3. We know what's going to happen there. And I can see Bobo being the 4th. But I can see Horton competing there. I can see Derek Young competing there, too.
I'm going to stick with the wide receivers. I think that Cooper Kupp was brought in here to be like half a really smart veteran and then half a really real talented contributor.
Right.
I am open to the fact that he may be an even greater contributor than I think he will.
Yeah, and that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I would love that. He looks great. He looks healthy. He's running around making plays. And the thing about a guy like Cooper Kupp is that he doesn't have to rely on his physical to be a solid or even superb type of receiver because he understands the game. A lot of the receiver position is anticipation, right? I know how this DB, this linebacker, this safety is going to respond off of my stem, my release, my movements, because I understand what he's trying to take away. And if there's anyone who is, who called him Einstein the other day? Was it MVS called Cooper Kupp Einstein on the football field? It's going to be him, man, because especially when you get older and you've been around the block a couple of times, you got to rely on your wit, and he has that. He understands how to move people, where to be, and how to make plays.
Well, I think you can also speak to the way that Clint Kubiak's offense, or that the Shanahan scheme in general. I think we think of, Cooper Kupp has to replace DK Metcalf. That they're not only wildly different wide receivers, but the Shanahan offense in general is going to eat up smaller chunk plays, and you can take advantage of receivers, not just like JSN, but like Kupp in a very different way.
Yeah, you're going to take shots down the field, but this offense isn't about line them up on the outside like in the TO days and just tossing it up there. No, it's about pre-snap movement. It's about out-leveraging flat defenders. It's about moving guys, sitting in the space, getting the football to these athletes where there's space and opportunity for them to get the yards after the catch. And I think that fits this personnel perfectly because we know JSN is good with the yak. We know Cooper Kupp is good with the yak. MVS is good over the top. You got a little bit of everything. So, yeah, this offense is going to look a bit different. You're still going to take your shots, but the shots will be set up by the run game, by the crossing patterns, by that short stuff. You guys to bite up, get those safeties in trouble, boom, over the top.
Anything defensively where you're like, I think this is how this is going to be, or this position's going to shake out, or this player's going to look, but I'm open to being wrong because there's just enough making you think it might be different.
You know, I think that they're going to go with the veterans at that corner spot, right? You sign Griffin to that spot, but I'm open to Job putting pressure on him over there. I'm open to any of these young guys. You got Issa over here out of Villanova. You have Colligan, who they just picked up. I don't think that those guys are going to be in the starting position spot, but I'm up for competition, man. So, the DB room is interesting. I'm pretty sure I know how it's going to all play out, but I'm up for some competition.
Yeah, I like that one because it's like we know where the top-level talent is with this team. And quite frankly, because so much of the defense is the exact same as it was last year, you already know what your starting group is going to look like. It's just about who can make noise. But I think that the thing making us keep our minds open is that Mike Macdonald is very open to not just competition, but to being really creative defensively.
Yeah.
And you always want to find, what does he always say, chasing edges? You always want to find the thing that gives you the edge, whether it's someone with really high athletic upside, whether it's someone who could let you be a little versatile with certain things. And so in that way, you're just kind of keeping an open mind to how a really versatile defensive coach is going to want to move things around. All right, we are going to stick with the Seahawks for most of the first hour. We'll get back to the Mariners with Jason Churchill. A lot of questions about this team that has a ton of momentum heading into their next series, an off day today. But we'll talk with Jason coming up in about 20 minutes. Before we get to that, Mike Macdonald shared his thoughts on the single most important player in training camp. That's coming up next.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Mr. Cal swinging a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. If you want something to do this weekend, get on I-5, go north, and get off exit 260. That's where you will find Silver Reef Casino. It's a great place to get away, to recharge, and get your mind right. I have done it, and it works. The rooms are comfortable. They're spacious. You got free Wi-Fi, and they have tablets in the room as well. When you're done in the room, go downstairs. They got options. You got the steakhouse, you got the cantina if you want that real Mexican feel. And also, it's time to watch the game. Go to Portis Bay Sports Bar. The vibes are good. The drinks are cold. There's TVs everywhere. And for my golfers, Loomis Trails Golf Course. 18 holes with water almost everywhere. Hit that ball straight and be patient. And also, you can win $10,000 every Saturday this month with a grand prize of $50,000. They also got some events. Go to silverreefcasino.com if you want tickets to those events. Silver Reef Casino, it's not a secret anymore.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This is Steve Ahmed, president of Pacific Power Batteries. We know that customers like to buy from nice people, people who we generally like and trust. We don't consciously buy from a corporation, a jingle, or a logo, but it's the little things, like knowing about batteries, how they work, and why they don't work. Maybe it's just a smile from Noe, or Brandon, or Jennifer, or even Travis. Ha! At Pacific Power Batteries, we do our best to hire and train good people so you can trust them. So come on in and put us to the test.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, more from Mike Macdonald after Saturday's scrimmage. We're going to start with the single most important player at training camp. It's obviously your new quarterback, Sam Darnold. Cut 10. Here's what Mike Macdonald had to say about how he's coming along.
He's doing great. Yeah, he's doing great. You saw command today. I mean, we put him in some tough situations, but moved the ball with the ones a good bit. And then, saw that drive. We simulated an overtime drive, so moved the ball into position to kicked the field goal right there. And either way it came out, the Seahawks were going to win today, so that was good.
So, I mean, I guess that's true so far. I'll ask you the same question that Mike Macdonald gave a relatively brief answer on. How has Sam Darnold looked in camp so far?
He looked all right. You know, he looked like there hasn't been a play or a throw that just wowed me. I remember you and I were on the sidelines one time, and we were talking about that, and then he throws a dart across the middle of the field. Like, all right, well, that's a pro throw.
It was perfect timing. Both of us were laughing because I agreed with you. Not to hang you out to dry there. I was like, yeah, no, I agree. Like, I haven't seen wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen the wow play. But then I have to adjust the way that I see him too. Like, he's not the wow play type of quarterback.
Yeah.
He's the quarterback that just runs the system. I think the biggest play he had last year was Justin Jefferson on the backside of a boot. I want to say toss it up there 90-something yards, but Justin Jefferson did most of the work. So he's doing what he's supposed to do in this environment. I can't wait for week one. I got to get through Thursday first, right? Let's get through this preseason. But, no, he looks like he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's going to get tested when the Niners coming to town. Is it home or are they on the road first week? All right, Niners coming to town, and he feels that rivalry that's there, that energy that's going to be there. There's going to be a bunch of Niner fans here. It's going to be intense. So, but no, he looks like he's doing what he's doing. He looks like he's in control and knows what he's doing out there.
That same system being run, not just in many teams across the league, but also in the offense that's going to be here. It's the Shanahan system, Shanahan-Kubiak system, obviously. And Brock Purdy's running that, and he's doing it really well. So I like your point about, you don't need a spectacular passer to exceed with this system. You need, a really good offensive line, good running backs, lots of other things have to be good. But what's a good quarterback look like in this offense?
A quarterback that takes what the defense is giving him, because in this offense is based on just a bunch of influence, right? How do I get the defense to react to something that's not there? How do you do it? You show them to run, you boot off of it, you go up top. There's just a flow to an offense that needs to happen. And when a quarterback in this type of offense is in the flow, and we've seen it with Brock Purdy, it looks easy because the reads are right there, because the space is wide open, because you've done enough in the run game to influence his defense that open up these passing lanes. So if it starts to look easy, if he's taking the 5-10 yard pass and then not looking down the field and getting the ball out quickly, that's when you know that things are clicking and things are working. But like we all know, it's going to start with Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and that offensive line establishing that run so the game can look easy.
Let's stick with the topic of Sam Darnold quickly. We're going to cut 11. This is Mike Macdonald talking about Sam's confidence growing.
I think the confidence he has with the relationships with the guys on the whole team, that he can just be him, and that's good enough. You saw it with me last year. You're coming in a new situation, kind of figuring out what's the deal, who's who and how it works out. But he's going a lot quicker than I did. But I think there's a respect there with the guys, and they appreciate his work ethic and who he is as a person. And he's a dang good quarterback too. That helps.
I think one of the most interesting things about Sam's story is how he entered last year with the Vikings versus how he's entering this year with the Seattle Seahawks, is with two drastically different, not just mindsets, but responsibilities.
Yeah, last year he went into camp thinking, I'm battling for this number 2 spot and maybe be a mentor to a rookie. Then you get thrown into the spotlight, you do your thing. Here, you're coming in with a whole lot of responsibility and with expectations. It's probably the first time since he was drafted by the Jets to where he has legit expectations. And I don't think that changes his preparation, but I think, like I said, it just changes expectations for him, for himself, for the organization, and for these fans. So it is a bit of an adjustment, but he's felt this before. But I hope that he's here and he feels that, and it's a different feel than when he was with the Jets, to where he feels like I can actually win with this team. Or I'm not in over my head. I'm not seeing ghosts, as people are going to always tag him for using that line. He's a veteran now. He's been around the block. He's been through a couple systems. He knows how to prepare. So this has to be fun for him, but also he feels a little bit of weight on his shoulders.
Let's talk about a rookie making a splash. Torrey Horton, you mentioned him already in our last segment with being open to, in your case, it was I'm open to the idea that Horton surpasses Jake Bobo in this, kind of roster, wherever we're looking at with the wide receiver group. Cut 12, Mike Macdonald on what he's seen from the rookie.
I'm seeing the same thing you guys are. Seems like, a wise man, Steve Smith Sr. once said, rookies need to make a play a day to kind of make a name for themselves, and he's doing that. He's making multiple plays every day. So it's great for the Seahawks, great for him, great competition in the receiver room. So, we're 2 weeks in, but let's keep it rolling.
What have you seen from Horton so far?
I've seen the ability to go and high point the football, work his way across the football field. You're going to see a lot of those type of routes in this offense, and just really not look overwhelmed. That's the thing, too. I can watch a receiver run around and how he's attacking the defense and see or understand if he really understands what he's doing or is he just running the route. Because you can just run the route that's on the paper and get an A for being assignment friendly. But are you running it to win? Are you running it in a way that shows the offensive coordinator, the head coach, that I know how to move guys and create space with my routes? I'm not just out there running. I remember my first practice in college, I just tried to run. And I learned fairly quickly that these are smart football players. The safety's going to stay over the top. You have to do things to influence them. And it looks like he's doing that at a high clip. Obviously, I'm not watching him every single snap. I try to move my eyes around. But Coach is right. He's made a big play or two every time I've been out here. So he's on the right track.
It's like I hear like
they're
cheering.
simulating the game atmosphere.
It's kind of cool. I was like, where's the cheering coming from? Oh, it's these giant speakers they have over by the field. All right, let's go to a couple more cuts here. Thursday also brings the return of Pete Carroll, this time coming in as a visiting head coach with the Raiders. Cut 13, Macdonald.
No, we're not going to talk about that. I mean, I haven't even thought about it. Look, we should be cheering Pete when he gets here. We should be cheering Gino. How could you not? So, yeah, we should be cheering those guys. Now, when the ball snaps, I mean, we're going to go try to win the game, and we're not going to be playing our starters. But we're going to go compete like heck. I think Pete would appreciate that, and I hope Pete gets a great ovation. He deserves it.
Seahawks aren't going to play the Raiders in the regular season until 2026, but obviously we'll kick off with a game against them in the preseason Thursday. What kind of reception do you anticipate Pete Carroll getting?
I hope he gets some love.
Better.
He deserves that. I imagine Pete running out the tunnel, 2 gloves on, long sleeve shirt, chewing that gum. Yeah, he's always be all white. He's gonna be all white for sure. And show some love. And I anticipate Pete stopping and waving at the crowd too, and coming over to the Seahawks side and saying hello to people. But that's the way it should be. He put over a decade of work here. He helped reestablish the culture here, and I'm sure Mike Macdonald is appreciative of the foundation that he's set. Like, it's not like Mike Macdonald came into a situation to where the culture was jacked up, there was no leadership, admin is all crazy. No, he came into a pretty good situation, and part of that is because of what Pete helped establish.
The Mariners have a massive opportunity. Will they seize it? We're going to ask Jason Churchill. He joins us next.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
The American Band, the legendary Grand Funk Railroad, is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Wednesday, August 6th, with special guest Jefferson Starship. Don't miss this night of classic rock that defined a generation. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Grand Funk Railroad with special guest Jefferson Starship. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took 3 of 4 from the Rangers, getting a win in their series finale Sunday. Even better news, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox and now head for a series against the Marlins, a team that just swept the Yankees. The Mariners have an off day today, so check out Extra Innings to get your Mariners fix. It's coming your way at 7 p.m. on Seattle Sports, hosted by Curtis Rogers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump, you know how a while ago I was complaining that the Astros had kind of like an easier break in their schedule at a time when the Mariners were having a tough time. Granted, both teams have the same schedule, so it's not like one is significantly easier, but it just felt like the Astros were banged up and then getting a series against the Rockies to catch a breather. At the time, a struggling A's team. Like, it was just kind of breaking their way. And then the Mariners were just having a tough go of it. I feel like the opposite is true now. The Mariners get an off day today, a much-needed one, and then they head into a series against the White Sox. Meanwhile, the Astros, having just been swept by the Red Sox, are heading into a series against a Marlin team that's gotten really hot and
they just swept the Yankees. Yeah. I don't feel bad for them.
I don't at all.
And I ain't sleeping on the White Sox neither. We gotta have that killer mentality, and I'm sure they do. Obviously, they go out to win every ball game and perform at a high level. But this will be great if you can get 2 series win and get the vibes going or keep them rolling. You put yourself in good position.
I don't want to be, asking for too much, but you know what I would love to see in this series against the White Sox is Cal just kind of heat up a little bit. Oh yeah, a sweep. Sure, a sweep of the White Sox would be great, but I think what I'd love to see is it doesn't have to be a home run from Cal, but I'd like to see from Cal or Gino, the 2 pieces we're all really excited about in this lineup, to just kind of turn on. Whether it's a couple hits, maybe it's an RBI double, it's something just to kind of bring some of that. I don't think Cal's lacking for confidence, but sometimes, this having been an athlete, there's a huge chunk of play that is just mental. Yeah. And sometimes you get in your own head, and that's especially true with baseball.
Oh, yeah, especially in baseball when you fail most of the time. But no, you would like to see this, and I think the fans will want to see it. You want to see a return on your investment. You want to see Gino look like the guy he was with Arizona, and you would love for Cal to continue to chase what? I'm trying to get him around 55 of them bombs. So get him around 55. That'd be great. And I'm looking for a game where everyone's clicking.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean everyone's hitting bombs, but we're looking at great at-bats. We're looking at the ball being driven into the gaps. We're looking at stolen bases, clean defensively, good decisions being made when it comes to the bullpen or whatnot. I think that's what championship teams do, and it's been a while since I watched a game and thought, okay, everyone's clicking. It's rare that everyone clicks. Obviously, it's baseball, and that's just part of the game. But give the people something to cheer about. They've done a great job of that so far, but you want to see one of those complete games.
Well, and something they can certainly cheer about is also an opportunity for Seattle to get back into first place in the AL West. It was not long ago when this team was, 6.5 back at the worst. I don't think they got to 7 back, did they? Maybe they did, but 6.5, 6 back. And you kept hearing from people, maybe you get a wild card. People were very much out on this team. Yeah. And I don't blame them, but I also think that we didn't have to wait that long in hindsight for this team to have a real chance to get back into this thing. I mean, Houston, again, going into a tougher series than you are, there's a world. My friend Aaron texted me about this. He was like, there's a world where this time next week they're in first place in the AL West. And you never would have thought that was possible a month ago.
Yeah, how quickly things have changed, especially when you're playing 4, 5, 6 games a week. There's opportunity. But the most important part is these guys are winning ball games while the Astros are losing. Could you imagine if you don't win this series, the Astros get swept?
And we always used to joke about it, too.
And you're just kicking yourself. Come on, man. You got to take care of business. And you did it against a Texas team that was playing some good baseball at the time. It's not like you played some chumps and you did what you were supposed to do. You lost the series against the A's. That was disappointing. But they found a way to bounce back. And I think that's what's important. They don't for them, you don't look at what the Astros are doing. We'll do that for you and keep you informed.
The 520 says, my concern is our performance against below 500 teams. Fair. I will also say, and the Astros have kind of had the inverse in a positive way, where they've performed fairly well against teams that are over 500. That being said, I see this as a slightly different Mariners team. Not fundamentally, but the way I feel about this lineup is night and day compared to how I felt relatively early in the season when we were asking ourselves, who outside of Cal Raleigh is going to do anything?
Yeah, because you feel like there aren't any real weak spots. I think the one name that you can point to is Canzone, and then if you want to, Polanco, but he's been rising as of late. Whereas before, you look at the lineup, we announced the lineup on our show, and I'm thinking this is going to be a tough day. And it's not because Mashaboni is not a good bench player. I think he's a great bench player. It's not because Dylan Moore isn't a solid utility guy in the majors. He is. But you don't necessarily see those guys as everyday type of dudes. Now, last year, Dylan Moore had one of the best seasons of his career. He's fell off a bit this year. Yeah. And Mashaboni has made some plays defensively this year as well. But you never really felt like this lineup is going to be able to compete against anyone in any type of situation, while you're up 4, you're down 3, or whatnot. Now I look at this lineup and I tell myself, let's get it. Anybody can get it now when these guys are clicking.
Well, and all you can do is continue to add to it. The series that you just had, you took 3 of 4 from a team over 500. So you just have to keep building against those matchups. You're not always going to get them. This next series is not going to give you that opportunity. You're once again going to have to be like, well, I guess beat a bad team.
Take care of business.
Yeah, but you will get those opportunities. So again, just plenty of opportunity here, and I think the most important being a real one to be able to get back atop the AL West, something that we were for a while thinking, well, shoot for a wild card.
Yeah.
that can be your goal.
Oh, I'm looking at the division now. I didn't change my view. I was literally just saying, sneak in the playoffs and let's see what happened. And I think that was the sentiment across the league to where now is, these guys, they're moving different. They're talking about this team different, and we've yet to see it really click. We've seen some good individual performances, but like I said, I'm still waiting for that complete game where everything is clicking. And it's something that doesn't happen too often because there's so many variables when it comes to baseball. But great teams show you every now and then. I mean, I'm a Dodger fan. You guys hate me for it, but I've watched games where nobody's missing and everybody's getting on base. And there's those innings where they score 5-6 runs, and I want to feel that for the Mariners.
Am I alone in not hating the Dodgers? Like,
I think a lot of people do.
Curtis, help me out. We're both from here. I don't have heartbreak per se tied to the Dodgers. I'm envious of the Dodgers. I get that feeling of no one likes someone that keeps winning all the time. But like, I grew up hating the Yankees. Like the past several years, I've developed like a new loathing of the Astros. But like, I don't know that I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them loathsome the way the Astros are, and definitely the way the Yankees are. And I mean, yeah, they've done a lot of winning in the National League too, because they've got 4 NL pennants in the last like 7 or 8 years. They've got the 2 World Series rings. Like, you'd think with that much winning and the payroll that they're running up, they would be just absolutely despised across the league. But it's just kind of like, yeah, man, they got deeper pockets than everybody. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
It's kind of how I feel about the Chiefs, where I'm like, they haven't personally delivered me some heartbreak, but they do win a lot, and they do have this crazy advantage that you just don't know how to replicate. In the Chiefs' case, it's having Patrick Mahomes. With the Dodgers' case, it's this unreal payroll from their media rights deals, and I just like, you can't replicate that, so there's no way to compete, but I don't get – I'm happy the Astros were swept. I take joy from that. And Astros fans will pretend they don't care about the Mariners, but let me tell you what, listeners, I do go into their subreddit, and I do look at comments about the Mariners. They hate the Mariners.
Yeah, of course.
They hate the Mariners.
It's healthy hate. It's fine. It's sports hate. There's nothing
Makes
wrong
you
with
stronger.
That. Yeah.
It's like putting dirt on a wound.
I appreciate the hate.
I don't think people should do that, though. I feel like, and maybe if you're in the wilderness, it's like you cauterize it or whatever, but I really otherwise don't think you should ever put dirt in a wound.
It's just a figure of speech. It's a toughen up.
We're going to see if we can connect with Churchill a little bit later. In the meantime, some questions from listeners. We'll stay with the Mariners here before we get to 4-down territory. Curtis, this one's actually for you. They said, I hate Mariners off days, but I do love extra innings. What's on tap tonight, Curtis?
Oh, just the usual cast of characters on extra innings. We'll have a White Sox preview at 8 o'clock as well, but you'll also hear from Mike Lefko at 7:15. But, yeah, we're back. I was looking at it. The Mariners have played so many games in a row. To start July and to end July. This is my first extra inning since July 7th, and only the second since like the middle of June. So,
which speaks to their workload.
Might be a little rusty tonight. Just saying.
We believe in you, Curtis. You'll knock it out of the park.
Thanks.
Again, that's coming up at 7 to 9 p.m. Curtis hosting extra innings. So you're not going to have a Mariners game, but you can still tune in for the latest interviews, a preview for this series. Again, that starts at 7 p.m. Are you concerned, says the 425, about Geno Suarez's lack of offense?
Not yet. No, not yet. I think that, he's in a new environment. I know that it's familiar, and I know that we expect him just to come out and continue doing what he was doing in Arizona. I think eventually he'll get there. But like we mentioned with Cal, everyone goes through their slumps, and I wouldn't call what Geno's going through a slump. But he's just not feeling it right now. Yeah, give him. Now if we go through the series and we're still not seeing it, then we can qualify it as a slump. But I think that's just part of the process that you go through in any baseball season. So no, I'm not concerned quite yet, but I can be after this series.
Yeah. Jeff Passan has some good things to say about the Mariners this morning with Brock and Salk. Cut 23, he talked about why this was the biggest series of the year so far for Seattle.
This was by far the biggest series of the year. And that's where the Mariners and Mariners fans, and I'm sorry to cut off your question, Brock, but they can take solace in that. They can derive excitement from that, because this was what the Seattle Mariners envisioned, not just when they traded for Josh Naylor, not just when they traded for Geno Suarez and Caleb Ferguson. This was the sort of weekend that they envisioned from the beginning of this rebuild.
So, again, this was the kind of weekend you're looking for. I'm going to combine it with this, cut 24, and more of what he saw from Seattle.
I don't know what the rest of the season is going to play out like. It is baseball, and so really weird things are capable of happening. But what Mariners fans were treated to this weekend, I thought, was a beautiful display of baseball where they went up against a very good team in the Texas Rangers, a team that they're going to be fighting tooth and nail the rest of the way for a playoff spot, and not only won the series, but did so in really impressive fashion, beating Jacob deGrom yesterday.
So, again, beating Jacob deGrom. They won in, like, different ways, too. Interestingly, for the person asking about Geno Suarez, and for that matter, Cal, maybe not having their best offensive performances for the last several days, you won 3 of 4 in spite of that.
Yeah, you did. And this weekend gave you a little insight to what good teams do. You battle. All right, it's hard to win 4 in a series. It's just tough, right? But you struggle one game and you find ways to win them in the other games, and you get contributions from people. Like I can't tell you how big it was for JP to win that game with that walk-off, and then hit another bomb, right? I mean, it's success is contagious, and I think that once you get more contributions, once Geno gets going, the vibes are already good, but once he gets going, then another guy's going to get going, and it becomes contagious. I'm a firm believer in that, man. When you are around someone who's having success and you start to have a little bit, you start to spread the love and the joy, and teams get hot. So I'm waiting for that run where they get hot, and it could be now. I mean, you could have a 3-game series against the White Sox and sweep them, hopefully, and you're looking at what? Winning, 6 of your last 7?
Yep.
Times are good. Important,
too, that they had this specific approach with the deadline, that we were able to leave the deadline with one of the biggest wins at the deadline and then head into a very important series. The Rangers could have surpassed you in the AL West. Instead, you take 3 of 4, and the Astros are swept. It's like everything that could have gone your way did. Cut 29. Jeff Passan talked about what these moves meant.
Tyler Locklear is going to be a good big leaguer for a long time, I think. I don't know if he's ever going to be in the MVP hunt, but I think he's going to be a solid first baseman for the Diamondbacks for years to come. And to give him up for somebody who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season, I mean, that to me, it suggests that the Mariners are doing things that they have not done in the past because they recognize that this window is open, and not only a playoff spot, but a pennant is there for the taking.
Does this trade deadline, maybe the hype to come from it, feel different to you?
It does. It feels different from last year, and we were excited about what they did last year. But last year, we felt like the Randy Arozarena move got you to compete for a wild card spot. This one's different because people are saying there's no reason why they shouldn't be in the hunt for the AL West, especially with the way that the Astros have been playing. So, yeah, it does feel different. Last year gave you hope, but this year gives you a bit more. Like, I'm looking at this team differently. Like, they've changed their outfit and changed their style. It's like my son. My son just turned 15, and I've watched his style just change. And I saw him the other day, and I'm just looking at him. He got these glasses on. He got this throwback Nike crew neck with a chain on, the jeans. I'm like, when did you become 15 and have all this style? I think that's the way that I'm looking at the Mariners. I go, all right, you were Costco shopping like me just like a few weeks ago, but now you got style and you got swag. So it does feel different. It looks different.
I can't wait to be Costco shopping. Do you have a Costco card?
Of course I do.
You guys have been living in a different world. Curtis, I know you do. You talk about Costco all the time. I never had a Costco. I've never been a card-carrying Costco member before, and it's like I just walked into VMAC today feeling better than everyone, and like this was new and different, and like genuinely like this is probably how it feels when people win the lottery and like you're living a life that you weren't living the day before. Like when I woke up Saturday morning, I did not have a Costco membership. When I went to bed Saturday night, I did, and like it's just, you know, the BC is now before Costco for me.
Stacy, with you living on your own, you could do one giant shopping trip and be good for
years,
2 months, 3 months. Like you could really have it all set in place this weekend for, the next few months.
I'm elated. I can't wait. I don't even want to talk about sports anymore. I just want to talk about kind of like how to launch my attack. Like, which do I go like on the outer perimeter of the store and then in the middle with the clothes and the books and everything? You know what I mean?
Are you aware of the gas discounts too?
I haven't even considered this,
They've got the
Curtis. I
cheapest
haven't
gas
lived
in
this
town.
life.
Yeah.
I have not lived this life. This is all new to me. God, I'm so excited.
You should be.
Thank
it's
you.
It's going to change your life.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camps brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, who continues to grab your attention and will put pressure on their position group?
We were talking about Horton and how he's grown and making plays, and Mike Macdonald was talking about him too. But another man, Derek Young, has been doing his thing as well. He caught a touchdown during the scrimmage on Saturday, and he's just like a guy that slowly chips away. He's not a guy who's going to make these huge plays and have the crowd going crazy when they're over here, but he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's going to line up where he's supposed to line up. He's going to make the plays that he's supposed to make, and he's one of the few receivers that can go down on special teams and actually make a tackle. There's a reason why these linebackers hang around for a while, these safeties, because they are typically the guys on special teams who make the plays, who are down there almost every special team snap. And Derek Young has kind of infiltrated the system and put himself there. But every time I see him, I'm looking at him right now, and he was wide open, didn't get the football though. But Derek Young and Horton, I think they're in a battle right now, and this is going to be fun to watch. They're going to get a lot of time on Thursday, many opportunities to solidify themselves as that number 4 receiver. So I'm looking at Jake Bobo, I'm looking at Horton, I'm looking at Derek Young. That's going to be a fun battle to watch, one that I'm going to watch closely on Thursday. But a big number 83, Derek Young, man, you keep showing up and you keep being consistent.
Someone said, congratulations, question mark. Yes. Second down. People are also giving me Costco advice. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Second down, who will have the biggest influence in the NFC West in 2025?
It's going to be Matthew Stafford. He has not suited up one time for training camp. One time. I don't think they're concerned about him being available for week 1. But when you're 36, 37 years of age, your back is hurt, they're going to sit you down and say, look, just get the playbook down. You'll be fine, ready to go. My concern is that he's not going to have the chemistry that he would like with Devontae Adams. But if Matthew Stafford is not able to play at the level that we're used to seeing, at a high level, that's going to change the NFC West. We talk a lot about this Rams defense. They're going to stop guys from scoring points. That box is going to be great. But if you cannot put points on the board, it's going to be a different situation over there. And you got Jimmy Garoppolo and you have Stetson Benson, I think he's still over there. Last I checked, he was over there. Those two guys aren't going to get it done for you. Maybe Jimmy has a resurrection in his career and he finds the fountain of youth and he starts balling again. I wouldn't count on it. But if Matthew Stafford isn't ready to go, and I talked to some guys down there in L.A., and they are concerned. They say, look, he's going to be there for week 1. Will he be there for the duration of the 2025 season? They're just not sure because the last 2 seasons has been tough. But it was an elbow last year, I believe. This year it's a back. Man, those are old man injuries right there.
Did they start 0-3? I remember there being some wild kind of like 2% of teams make the playoffs kind of thing that they overcame. I can't remember if it was 0-3 or if it was 1-4, some horrible start to the season.
Something like that. It wasn't good.
Third down. Who's a rookie to watch on Thursday?
Hey, I'm looking at just the guys fighting to make the ball club. Issa's Waxter from Villanova, and you got a K-Drain Callaghan. I believe he went to a smaller school. I've been watching these guys, and they're not making mistakes. I got a buddy who trained Waxter over there on the East Coast, and he asked me about him. I said, honestly, he hasn't made any big plays, but I also feel like he hasn't given up any big plays. And these are the type of guys who make the team on special teams, but this is their time to shine during the preseason. You got to go out there and just be fundamentally sound and not give up the big play. Let me warn you, Thursday is going to be a sloppy game because once those starters ain't going to play at all. So once the 2s come out and the 3s are out there, just the chemistry is going to be a bit different. But that's when it's time for these guys to shine, and these guys are corners. So you're looking who's going to back up Rick Woolen, who's going to back up Griffin if he's in there, who's going to back up Spoon. These are the battles that you want to watch. So look at Issa's, I hope I'm saying his name right, Issa's Waxter and Keydrain Callaghan. Those guys are going to be out there fighting for their NFL lives, and that is why I love preseason football. I know some of you guys are like, why would I watch this? I don't care. These guys are going to be on the team, because you get to find one of your guys early, and you can say, I remember when he was just battling to make the team. Now he's a starter in the league somewhere.
Can I throw in an extra question? It's a preseason game. I'm guessing I know your answer, but this was a text from last week that I didn't get a chance to include. Someone said, I feel like preseason games are still just a money grab for the NFL. And I was going to respond and go, I think coaches would hate not having a preseason. But instead I'll throw it your way.
Yeah.
In your mind, what's the actual importance of preseason, and do you think coaches would ever stand for not having one?
Well, it is a money grab because fans are going to show up and support and concessions and all that good stuff. But the reason why you have these preseason games is to evaluate these guys in real situations. Out here in practice, you're not going to take guys to the ground. You're not going to make the difficult play when the ball's in the air. I just saw a DB allow a receiver to catch the football. You got to see how guys respond when things are real. How are guys going to respond when they get beat? Are they going to mope around and not bounce back? All right, you're going to get cut because you got to be resilient, especially when you're playing defense. So it is both. It is a money grab, but it's all about evaluations, and I think coaches would hate it if the preseason went away.
4th down. What's going to be the biggest challenge for Clint Kubiak Thursday?
So when I was a head coach at Monroe High School, there were times when I would go down to the JV level and I would call games for those guys or help out the offensive coordinator. And the execution just wasn't the same like it was in my varsity guys. My varsity guys are there for a reason. They're sharp. They understand what I want. I've groomed them since they were like freshmen. Now they're my guys on Friday nights. And the hardest part is going to be trying to find a groove. And I know that's not important right now for Kubiak, like trying to win ball games. But at times, he's going to dial up the perfect play for that defense, and they are not going to execute because of the guys who are on the football field. So it's going to be hard for Kubiak to go out there and kind of find his flow and get things going. There are going to be times where it looks great. There are going to be times where it looks horrible. But that's what the preseason is for. And Kubiak, right? We're going to get your first taste of Kubiak. Let me remind you, too, that he has not game planned for the Raiders. He's just going to call plays. He looks like, I know they come out in this front. I'm going to set these guys up for as much success as possible, but he's not picking on anybody. He's not trying to zero in on this defensive lineman, attack this safety in this situation. He's just going to call his plays according to the blueprint of that defense. So it's going to be interesting watching the way that he calls the game on Thursday.
What do you think is the first big challenge that most, I don't want to say new offensive coordinators, he's been one for 2 different teams, but that offensive coordinators, younger ones or with a new team, are going to face? Like, what's that first big obstacle?
Big obstacle is just figuring out who these guys are when it is real. When you can get taken down to the ground, your quarterback's not going to be safe. He's not wearing a blue jersey. No one can touch him when things are getting active. But it's learning, man. I almost think that in some situations, guys struggling will tell a lot about a player, and coaches appreciate that. Like, I'm going to learn about this dude when things get tough. It's easy to have fun and execute when things are going well and you're just dominating. Okay, now what does it look like when you're not executing the way that you want to? All right, you learn about yourself, you learn about your teammates as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, still to come in the timeline, it's time for baseball's annual complaining about a star playing in a smaller market. Let's see who it is this time. Don't go anywhere.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach Macdonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey friends, Stacy here to tell you that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles, plus huge discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell your car? I've also got good news. Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit-sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you up front. Then when they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there are absolutely no games, no gimmicks, no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason. Bring the car back for a full 100% refund. If you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. So go to Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's time for baseball's annual gripe of a star player in a smaller market. Curtis, last time it was, and granted, a wonderful broadcaster, but Paul Hembekides. Who was the player that he...
It was Fernando Tatis.
Fernando Tatis, and he was lamenting that Fernando Tatis was being wasted in a tiny market in San Diego. How dare a smaller market have a superstar when, say one of Paul's teams, like the Red Sox or Yankees or whatever, I forget which one he roots for, could instead get that player. We got another one. This time it comes from Fox's pregame crew about Red Star Ellie De La Cruz, cut 16.
This is a kid that is so much fun to watch. You don't see his name out there so much because he's not playing a big market. If he's a guy that plays for the Yankees, for the Dodgers, even the Red Sox, he'd be on TV every day. And the most important thing, he's a great kid.
Now, David Ortiz did play for a big market team, so it's like, look, you're David Ortiz, so you're kind of allowed to say pretty much anything, and your experience wasn't playing for a big market, so I get it. I personally, normally, am irked by the take.
Why? There's some truth to it.
Says a Dodgers fan. Because there is truth to
There's
it,
some truth to it.
Because why don't people let markets that are mid-size or smaller market teams have those big stars? And frankly, if, as was the case with Tatis, if those smaller markets are spending money and are trying to be more competitive, why don't you care? Or why does it bother anyone? It'd be one thing if it was like, oh, look at Paul Skeens on the Pirates, who's not going to touch the playoffs. But the Padres are really competitive.
Because it feels like, look, I get where you're coming from, but I also understand that when you are a professional athlete, your goal is obviously to win, right? You want to win championships, you want to contribute, but it's also to maximize your time in that league financially. And sometimes when you get stuck in a smaller market, you don't maximize it. Now you're going to get paid well, especially if you're playing baseball, basketball, and you're in a smaller market. So what? You're going to get guaranteed money. You're going to get paid well. But I think that they're just looking at what other players are getting in other markets and saying, well, he can get more notoriety, he'll get more money, get more endorsements. So that's where he's coming from. But I'm all for guys staying in these smaller markets and blowing them up. Like Giannis. Giannis has been with the Bucks for 12 years now? Now he's finally thinking about leaving because he doesn't see a championship being won over there, but he toughed it out. So I think that's where he's coming from, especially in baseball, because it feels like players get buried in smaller markets more often in baseball than in other sports. So I get where he's coming from, but I also do enjoy or would enjoy a player who says, nah, I'm going to take on this challenge. Let's stand here and trying to build a championship team in a smaller market.
Exactly how I feel about it, too. 206 says, isn't he just calling out sports media bias? In a way, yes. But the previous iteration of this from Paul Hembekides was from someone in sports media who was lamenting that it's not on a team they root for. I think that there is a massive, maybe I'm wrong, Curtis, tell me if I'm wrong, there's a massive number of sports media folk who root for the Red Sox, like Boston teams or New York teams or East Coast teams. Like, there's a massive number of sports media people from the East Coast that also complain about it. And when they do it, it is genuinely saying, I hate that I have to stay up late to watch this player, which is crazy because some of the best players in baseball right now are on a West Coast team.
Well, the funny thing, too, is I think Cincinnati is in the Eastern time zone. So it's not
so
like...
what are you complaining
it's
about?
It's not like you're going to have to stay up anywhere past your bedtime to throw on a Reds game if you have the opportunity. Yeah, Cincinnati is in the Eastern time zone. So it's not like you're staying up till 10 p.m. to watch first pitch of a Reds game. Like, you can very easily do it, David Ortiz, who probably lives in Boston. You can very easily do it, Derek Jeter, who lives in New York. Like,
sure.
This is not this is not the biggest ask to watch him play.
I just think a hypothetical world where baseball's biggest stars play for the Yankees is incredibly boring. And I'm just not interested in that world. All right, let's check in with how the vibes are at Dolphins camp. The answer's not great. Mike Macdonald, cut 18, take it away.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
Is that you laughing?
Yeah. I love that.
I love Mike Macdonald.
Let me tell you a quick story.
Yes.
This pastor scared the heck out of me when I was little.
Why?
Because I went to visit my dad in Mississippi, and it was a Bible school in the summertime. And on the first day, he goes, every day we wake up, we're closer to death. And I was like, what? I'm like 9 years old. Like, what is he talking about? Tell me about the good Lord. That's what that reminded me of.
Oh, God. Imagine hearing that at 9. At least he's saying this to reporters.
Yeah, you know, it was like first comment he made to the camp. I'm like, come on, Pastor.
I think it's interesting because McDaniel comes from the Shanahan coaching tree. Kyle Shanahan, what was it, a couple of years ago, was like, you know, none of us are guaranteed to be here tomorrow.
Yes.
So, like,
why
are we doing this?
What was it that he was dodging? Was it questions about who would start or questions about, God, I don't remember what it was. It was like an actual football question. And then his answer was, I mean, I don't even know if all of us are going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
much
like
less
that.
who's going to be on the depth chart.
Yeah, I mean, it's facts. He ain't lying.
He's not wrong. Very dark. Next up, some good news. The NCAA tourney voted to keep their field at 68 teams for the 2026 tournament. Expansion, though, still on the table for 2027.
I'm against the expansion.
Why?
Because you get these just average teams getting in there and getting smacked in the first round. I think it's perfect where it is. The amount of teams that are in now, you'll get like a lower mid-major team that go on a nice little run. It ain't going to get better than that after that. I just don't see it happening, but we know why they're doing this because more money, more exposure, the March Madness grows, and you get to fill stadiums or arenas, I should say. That's why they're doing it. The quality of basketball is not going to be better. It's going to get worse.
A question for you guys. We had already talked about how we're just going to see fewer Cinderella stories because of NIL money and because those mid-majors aren't going to get a chance to keep some of those guys. They're going to obviously go to these bigger programs. Do you think that this is a way to try to get more of those schools in there? Because my thing is, like, they're not, how far are they really going to make it?
They're
like,
not.
You know what I mean? Ultimately, it's just getting you to get the tickets. It's not actually paving a way for those teams to truly compete. They aren't going to have those players.
I think this is more of a way to get the average Power 5 teams in more so than it is to get more mid-majors in. I think
I like that.
A lot of the commissioners are like, hey, we saw the SEC get, like 13 schools in the tournament this last year. I think teams from like the Big Ten and the ACC are like, hey, we've got, you know, big names that may not have gotten in, whereas like the casual viewer is going to want to see, I don't know, like Missouri over UC Irvine or something like that. Like, it's fun. The Cinderellas are fun, but it's these conference commissioners that are mad that, you know, the SEC and the Big Ten continue to get catered to, and they're like, well, we need more teams in too.
I wonder if they're going to give smaller conferences automatic bids. I think that's where you'll get those smaller schools in. But, and to Curtis's point, if they're mad because the SEC got whatever teams in, all right, do better. Their teams, that conference was just better, man. The talent was there. So, yeah, I say keep it the way it is. I'm good with it.
All right, next up, a USA Today report is shining light on how one NHL team is monopolizing youth hockey in their home market. The Dallas Stars are under scrutiny for how they've outpriced youth hockey at their chain of ice rinks around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, from USA Today, the Stars regularly raise prices on services while diminishing their quality. They repeatedly retaliate against people they perceive as threats, from coaches who defect to other rinks to parents who criticize them on Facebook. By stacking the regional USA hockey governing body that regulates the sports with their own executives, the Stars all but ensured no one would stand in their way. USA Today spoke to more than 100 hockey parents, coaches, players, business owners, and current and former Stars employees, and reviewed hundreds of pages of property records and other filings, and revealed how the Stars bullied a community on their path to profiting off youth sports.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Youth sports in the U.S. is all jacked up. And I'm an owner of a training facility, and we have youth sports. And we always try to come in lower than everybody else. Be like, all right, well, let's give more opportunities. And we never turn a kid down if he's not able to pay for any type of service. We will figure it out. You would expect an organization like the Dallas Stars, who are established, to want to help the community, and whether that means supporting these coaches that they go after, and allowing people in the community to have control over these youth sports. Like, come on, man, this is a bad look, bad move, and yeah, again, U.S. youth sports, not too great.
Coming up, Jeff Passan explained why he was so surprised by what Seattle did at the deadline. Don't go anywhere.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Seahawks are closing in on the preseason, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks game on Friday, August 15th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. This contest runs through today, August 4th. The latest from Jeff Passan, who's on with Brock and Salk this morning talking about the Mariners. We'll start with Cut 25. Jeff thinks the Mariners, and explains why, they had the best deadline among all buyers.
I had the A's having the best deadline, which is funny because all they got was an 18-year-old prospect, but he's going to be really, really, really good. And so, yeah, I would say of all the teams that bought, the Mariners were the best, yes.
So the Mariners were the best among all actual buyers. Maybe we're going to get a biased answer here, but Bump, do you agree?
I mean, it's biased, but it's real, too, at the same time, because we knew that the Yankees wanted to take a shot at Suarez, and there are some other teams as well. So when you go out there and you're able to grab the bat that everybody else wanted, yeah, you won. And to set it up, you got Naylor. And you didn't give up any of these big prospects. We were talking about Emerson Hancock. We're talking about Harry Ford.
Yeah, we were doing all these hypotheticals about, like, oh, how much is this going to sting?
Yeah, and they were able to keep those guys. So I would agree 100%. I read the article that he was talking about when he was talking about the A's as well. And, no, I think he's absolutely right. The Mariners did win.
Speaking of what they gave up for Suarez, Cut 26. Here's Jeff.
You know, it was really interesting because the market for Eugenio Suarez did not materialize in quite as strong a fashion, I think, as I expected and as others expected. Maybe that was just a poor read by me, not understanding that, generally speaking, the guys who draw – and we saw this at this trade deadline, Brady, the guys who draw the most demand in a summer trading market tend to be relief pitchers.
So, again, I think that we were talking about the Mariners doing things we hadn't seen before and being really aggressive at the deadline, getting the 2 best bats at the deadline. I also think I can't help but have as a theme for the last, let's say, 2 weeks in my mind, being that the Mariners have just been fortunate. And I don't remember many times in my life growing up that I felt like the Mariners were lucky. Like, I've kind of grown up thinking, if anything, they're cursed and just being like, why? But, I mean, it's the best bat just so happens to be a rental who is a little older, and the Diamondbacks don't get the best sellers. You know what I mean? Like, if Geno Suarez is under club control and 3 years younger, you're not making that trade. Yeah, no, that's the difference there, and that's the risk too, right? You're dealing with a guy, like you said, is a bit older and is going to be a rental. So you rely on just your relationships and hopefully the success that you have here to influence him at the end of the day. But what the Mariners did was do something that we're not accustomed to doing, that they're accustomed to seeing them do, which is roll the dice a little bit. And I think it's mainly just because of what's already here. If there were nothing here, if this team weren't even 5 games behind in this situation with the Astros struggling the way that they have been, they don't make this move. But because of what's already here and the climate around the AL West, they had to step out of their comfort zone and make this happen. How old is Geno? Is he 34? How old is Geno? Is he 35? 34?
He's like 36.
36.
Hey, we got that bat, though. So give us help us at the end of the season, and hopefully he wants to come back next year.
Let's go to cut 28. Jeff Passan talks a bit more about how the Mariners handled the deadline with some urgency.
And I thought the Mariners, what are they going to do? How are they going to recover from this? Because they were hoping to bulk up the back end of their bullpen with one of the best closers in baseball to be there in addition to Andres Munoz and Matt Brash and Gabe Spire and the rest of the crew. Suffice to say, they pivoted really well, and I think a lot of credit is due to Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander for the way that they handled this trade deadline, because they did so with urgency.
So again, missed out on Duran, and I think a lot of us were like, hey, that's how the A++ would have happened for this team as they continued to add a closer. You didn't end up getting him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still really happy with their deadline. I do have a lingering question about the bullpen, the health, what you can withstand. You've lost Thornton for the season, obviously. You would have loved to see them continue to add, but they did add Ferguson, and he looked pretty solid yesterday.
Yeah, Ferguson looked good. I mean, listen, beggars can't be choosers. And we went from beggars to being those guys. And I know that a lot of people want another arm in this whole situation, but it just didn't happen. But you addressed everything that needed to be addressed. You got 2 bats, and you got an arm to come out the bullpen. And you still have additions that can be made within the organization. Bryce Miller is getting healthy. Robles is going to be back in September. So it's almost like you get a little bonus, right? You went out and you did your thing and rolled the dice on a couple players and an arm. But then within the organization, you're going to get better as well. So I think that they've set themselves up perfectly in this situation.
Okay, last one here, talking a bit about Julio. So enough about the trade deadline, all really good stuff to say from Jeff Passan. In cut 30, Jeff talked about Julio's season.
His excellent defense at the third most important position behind shortstop and catcher. He plays excellent defense in center field. He hits home runs. He steals bases. Does he have weaknesses? Yes. Can those weaknesses be overcome? Yes. Is he going to overcome them? To be determined. But in the meantime, I think focusing on the things he doesn't do well is wrong. I think looking at who Julio is right now and what he brings gives you a sense that, hey, this is a real player on a championship caliber team. And taking that for granted, I'm not going to use the word anymore because I don't do this. I learned my lesson, but I'm just going to say be appreciative of what you've got and not what you want.
It is easier to be appreciative of what you've got with Julio when the lineup has so many other pieces around him. It is easier.
Yeah, no, it's easier. But look at what you have, and I think that has to be the approach that the Mariners fans take at this moment, because what you have is pretty darn good at this moment, and we haven't even seen it execute at its highest level yet, and you still got through a series and won 3 out of 4 against a good baseball team.
I think that the anger toward Julio was also always slightly misguided, and it was anger towards lineup construction, and it was really more of a, hey, we're mad at decision makers thing. Like, I felt like when people would complain about Julio, it's like, from everything we've heard, Julio's a good teammate.
Yeah.
He doesn't cause problems. He's not getting into issues off the field. You're not having to, listen to coverage of fights that he's getting into or whatever. He's just not the most clutch player, and he's not living up to all of his athletic upside. And that can be really frustrating, but it always felt like there was a vitriol that I think was really more about a failure to construct a World Series team than it was a failure of Julio to be a superstar. It was this front office is counting on him to do it, so then when he can't, you get upset. But it doesn't feel like they're counting on Julio to do that anymore. It feels like they've added a ton of weapons.
And that's a great feeling.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's a great feeling for Julio, too. Like, all this pressure, there's still pressure on him because he is the guy, and he's one of the faces. But I bet he's a bit more comfortable out there.
All right, we're going to be joined in just a few minutes. Practice wrapping up for the Seahawks in a little bit with Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. Don't go anywhere.
Blue 88, every day at 7:45 on Brock and Salk.
What are you hearing with these young Seahawks?
Yeah, the words I continue to hear, betting on themselves. They're betting on themselves because these college kids are coming into the league with millions, But if you're Kobe Bryant, are you going to say, hey, man, on this defense, I'm going to be a great player? And I'm going to go to the market and I'm going to have 31 other teams bidding for me rather than taking it now.
Blue 88 on Seattle Sports. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? Well, if that's not reason enough, you don't risk the scary side effects or gaining the weight back as soon as you stop. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural, And it works.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took 3-4 from the Rangers, getting a win in their series finale Sunday. Even better news, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox. The Mariners have an off day today, so check out Extra Innings coming your way at 7 p.m. on Seattle Sports, hosted by Curtis Rogers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. All right, we're going to be joined in a little bit by Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. The guys are still very much in the, not middle of practice, but in the middle of whatever it is they're doing to end practice, practicing with crowd noise. When you were practicing in training camp, did they have anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Get us ready for the game. I believe, where were we going? I forgot what week, but we were going somewhere where it was really loud. So they brought the noise in. And
how does it compare to actually the noise? Like, what's the difference between the noise that they have right here at practice and the noise that you actually experience?
Honestly, for me, it makes no difference because as a receiver, I'm just looking at the ball. Like, I'm not, you can be as loud as you want to. It does not affect me. It's more for the offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. God, that must be so tough, too. I remember one time asking, I almost said a rookie. I was a first-year reporter, so it was a dumb question.
You're a rookie?
But I remember asking, it was like my second or third player interview ever, asking Earl Thomas, so is it really tough to hear each other with the sound out there? And he just looked at me for a minute, and not like in a rude way, but in a way where he was like anticipating I would have some kind of follow-up, like that I'm going somewhere with it.
Right.
He was like, then he was nice. He was like, yeah. It's tough. We just know each other well. I had so many dumb questions when I first started. It's harder than you guys think.
Yeah, just learning, man.
Yeah.
Just learning.
God. Eager to obviously get a chance to talk to Cody when he gets over here. I do have a couple random Seahawks questions. I had saved them from an earlier segment, and I was like, well, maybe I'll save them for what I need to know, but I figure that we'll just get to them while we're waiting for Cody, since it'll take a couple minutes. And if you guys have more, you can send those in, 866-979-3776. A question when we were talking about the running back situation, I'm not sure why, but someone said just they wanted to know the toughest DB you've ever faced.
Brandon Browner, easily. Faced him in college at Oregon State. Faced him in the CFL as well. Those arms were so long. Now, granted, he doesn't have the best after football career, but while he was playing, he was just long, man. Those arms were so long. He was so strong. Yeah, it was Browner easily.
What's the best DB you ever watched?
Man, what's the young man out of Arizona? Oh, man, Arizona, they got drafted by the Chargers.
Oh, Antoine Cason.
Yeah, Antoine Cason. He was nice. I enjoyed watching him.
God. Was there ever anyone where like you'd played him in a game, or maybe he was on the opposing offense, so you didn't get a chance to face off one-on-one, but like incredibly talented, you knew he'd be a problem every time you guys faced him, and then he never really took off in the league?
Never took off.
Never took off in the league.
No, I mean, I was going to say Reggie Bush because everyone knows about Reggie, but offensively, there was a receiver from Oregon State. Maybe you remember, Curtis. Was it Strotter, something like that?
Oh, Sammy Strotter?
Sammy Strotter, yeah. He was a good returner, good receiver.
But
I think he was
I'm loving these Pac-12 throwbacks you're hitting me with here.
I know you would know. I think he got picked up by the Bucks, but then never really took off.
I'm trying to think of who was just absolutely amazing when I was watching. I watched the Jake Locker Huskies.
Jake Locker was scary.
Jake Locker was so...
He was scary.
He got a lot of knocks for his accuracy, which I totally understand, but it's also like, imagine if he was incredibly accurate and had that ability. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? That's asking for just like a a quarterback carved out of stone.
Yeah.
Like, of course he's going to have accuracy issues. He can lean on his legs, and it works.
Every time Drew Lock had the football, you felt like he can take it 80 yards himself on the ground.
God.
And then he'd be so competitive and then ask you to pray with him after the game.
Jake Locker?
Yeah, one of the nicest dudes in the world.
Who was someone you wanted to hate, but you couldn't bring yourself to do it? Was Jake one of them?
Nah, I couldn't hate Jake, even if you tried.
I've only heard really good things.
Yeah.
Ever.
Oh, who was talking all right? Nah, I don't really maneuver that way.
Yeah.
I respect everyone until they disrespect me, and most people didn't go that route with me.
Yeah. Someone said Earl Thomas looked at you. He was most definitely thinking you were stupid. Well, most people do. So.
No. What?
When I first started, for sure. Yeah. I remember I asked Luke Wilson, what's it like driving on the other side of the road in Canada? And he didn't get that I was joking, so he definitely probably thought I was an idiot. But I think that when you're, I think sarcasm is lost on people who are going to assume you're dumb. If someone goes into a conversation, I'm not saying Earl or any players did this, but if someone goes into a conversation assuming you're stupid and then you're sarcastic, they're going to think you're serious.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, that's just something that I think that I've seen listeners do that all the time. Like, we'll say something that's obviously a joke, and they'll be like, oh, you're dumb.
This is actually what you mean.
Yeah, and you're like, well, I think that you just can't pick up on what is clear sarcasm. But
it happens.
Someone said Jake with a little more accuracy is basically Cam Newton. Now listen,
Hold
Cam
on.
Newton.
I don't think you realize
hang on
how
just a
big
minute
Cam
here.
Newton was.
You guys,
or is.
Cam Newton is the most intimidating player I've ever seen on a field in person. I have seen many great players, so many great games at formerly CenturyLink, now Lumen. Cam was the single. I don't know if he's the biggest player I ever saw, but in my mind, in my memories, Cam was the biggest player I saw on the field.
He's the biggest non-offensive lineman I've ever seen. Like
It
Cam,
was crazy seeing him in person.
He's massive. He's got to be like 6'7", 6'8", and then he's wide as heck. Thighs are thick, arms are thick. Yeah, Cam's a big boy.
He also, like, I think we've forgotten just how good Cam was because his greatness was isolated to just a couple years. Then he was dealing with shoulder injuries, and then there was a loss of talent, and then they were never able to get back to the team they were in 2015. But Cam Newton for a minute there was untouchable.
Yeah, for sure. Cam is one of the most unique players that the NFL has ever seen.
Yeah. We're going to be joined here in just a couple minutes by Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. I'm really interested about this wide receiver battle bump. You've been in a wide receiver battle in a Seahawks camp before. Is it something, how do you handle the two thoughts of I'm competing with these guys, but also I got to lean on them for help and I have to turn to them and we got to work together?
It depends on the room itself. Right, I don't know what the wideout room is here as far as the dynamics. Do they help each other out? I would assume that everyone's on the same page, but you more learn from other guys being coached up in the room while you're there. I mean, there are some guys that you can go to, like when I was a rookie, Bobby Ingram had job security. He'd been in the league for so long. He blessed me with all the game that I needed, right? But if you are one of the guys fighting to get on this roster, I mean, I'm sure wideouts will help each other out, but it's not like we're gonna, hey, let's go home and study together and make sure we're both gonna get right. Nah, if you see a guy make a mistake, I mean, you're not happy, but you're also like, okay, I have an opportunity. So there's a balance, and it's all about hierarchy. Where do you stand on the depth chart, and who do you feel like you have a comfortable relationship with?
I like this non-Seahawks question from a listener for you. Would you take prime Cam Newton over Lamar?
No.
Prime.
No.
Cam Newton. 2015.
No, Lamar throws 40 touchdowns and rushed for 900
Cam
yards.
could throw the ball.
No, not like Lamar. No,
not like Lamar.
No, I'm taking Lamar all day.
Okay, would you take prime Cam Newton over Josh Allen?
No.
Would you take prime Cam Newton over Joe Burrow?
No.
Is this the best top 4 or 5 quarterbacks we've seen in a league in a while?
I mean, since the good old days, since Brady, Breeze, Manning.
Basically, since we were growing up, and all those guys were like at the top of their game.
Yeah, and they're just different now too, because Breeze wasn't running, Manning wasn't running, Tom ain't running. It's just the quarterback position has just changed a bit. Joe will get busy on you. We know Josh will. We know Lamar. Mahomes will as well. It's like we've seen the evolution of the quarterback, just like we've seen the evolution of the tight end. Like they're just going to get bigger, faster, stronger.
Curious to see if Justin Herbert continues to evolve, because he's always been in that group of quarterbacks that they'll mention, and like he'll make every top 10 list on the planet, but hasn't really done much in the postseason. He doesn't have nearly the accolades that the others do, and it's obviously because his team just hasn't been able to get there. I wonder what kind of steps he takes with Harbaugh and with this team. They made an effort to add weapons around him. It's like people love the mechanics. They love the skill set. But can you fairly put him with that group exactly? Not really. It's still.
Who are you talking about?
Herbert.
Herbert, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Lamar. You said Harbaugh. I missed that.
Oh. Well, another Harbaugh.
Yeah. I mean, Herbert, he has it all, man. He has it all. He has to win some ball games, but he has to establish the run, which Harbaugh is going to do over there. And then that defense has gotten better every year as well. I think Herbert is a perfect example of, you can have all the talent in the world, but if the team isn't constructed properly, you are going to struggle. And then you got to have your clutch moments. I don't know what his clutch numbers are, but he needs a few more of those.
God, I can't believe all those guys are in the AFC. It is crazy. But then there's an opportunity here for Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams to kind of start another group of young, exciting passers in the NFC. And we'll see where that ends up going. But what if Michael Penix in Atlanta is something? And then you've got 3 young guys in the NFC, and for the first time in a long time, we aren't coming up with a top 5 list of quarterbacks going, I guess Stafford's on here. No disrespect to Matthew Stafford, former #1 pick, a massive arm, has won a Super Bowl, but I feel like the list we put together of NFC quarterbacks has so many more question marks, and so much, it varies so much person to person. Like, you have Jordan Love as your #1 guy. I guarantee you if we turn to, like, Brian, who's sitting a couple seats away, I don't know that he'd have that. He'd have some of the same guys, but you'll go AFC 1 through 5, and almost universally people will have
clarify that. My #1 guy projected.
Yes.
I think that after this year, like going into this season, I feel like he can be the best quarterback in the NFC.
Prime Cam Newton versus prime Russell Wilson.
Probably go Cam there.
I think I would.
Probably go Cam there.
Russ had the longevity.
Mm-hmm.
Russ had really good touch on deep balls. Like, he could make certain throws. I don't know that Cam couldn't make it. It's just that it wasn't Cam's game.
No. Cam intermediate throws, Cam was good. He had that rocket. It was the touch football over the top is where he struggled a bit, and that's where Russell shined.
Also, Russ had some better pass catchers over his tenure. And that's not to take away from, like, peak Greg Olsen. Curtis, I'm sorry to say it, but peak Greg Olsen, he could cook.
Gross.
But, like, 2015 Cam didn't have the weapons that 2013 14 Russ did.
No, Cam was carried that team dang near on his own. But don't forget the run game with Jonathan Stewart was on point as well.
Someone said prime Cam Newton versus Donovan McNabb.
Ooh. Man, y'all got some good ones going right now.
It's just getting better.
Donovan McNabb. Would he go to 1 or 2 Super Bowls? Lost one to the Patriots, I believe. Donovan McNabb was a better thrower of the ball than Cam Newton. Newton would just get busy, and so would McNabb. McNabb was one of the early mobile quarterbacks. I would probably go with McNabb. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Donovan McNabb?
Yeah.
I think so. Curtis?
No, he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Why not?
Dang.
The disrespect.
The end of his career was very Russell Wilson-like, where
Washington.
had a great career with the Eagles, but then went to Washington, flamed out there, then went to Minnesota and flamed out there. I think had he had a good second chapter to his career, he might have been Hall of Fame caliber, but it doesn't look like it.
Guess Cam Newton's high in passing touchdowns in a single season.
25.
Curtis.
Yeah, I don't think it was a lot. Maybe like 28.
You ready to hear it? Season high in passing touchdowns, 35.
Ooh.
That's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
I think that we're missing. And now, granted, that was by far a career high. So he had 35 in 2015, his MVP campaign, to 10 interceptions, which is also a crazy ratio. He had no higher than 24 in any other season, though he had 24 in 2013, 24 in 2018. But, yeah. We're going to see practice is still wrapping up. They were doing some meetings, so we're going to see if we can grab Cody White, and then we'll get back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. It's an easy drive up I-5. You go north, you get off exit 260, and you are there. It's a great place to get away, to recharge, and get your mind right. The rooms are comfortable, they're big, they're spacious, and you have free Wi-Fi. They also have tablets in there as well. You go downstairs, they got food for you. You got the steakhouse and the cantina if you're looking for a real Mexican vibe. Also, Porter's Bay Sports Bar, where you can watch all the sports, baseball. TVs are everywhere. The vibes are good. And for my golfers, they got you covered too. Loomis Trails Golf Course, 18 holes with water almost everywhere. Hit that ball straight. And also this month, you can win $10,000 every Saturday with a grand prize of $50,000. They have great events as well. Go to silverreefcasino.com to check those out. Silver Reef Casino, it's not a secret anymore.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at seahawks.com/pro shop.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precor's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Seahawks made it through their scrimmage on Saturday and came out largely intact. What's the real headline?
I wish I could say the same about myself. If you joined us in the open, I was complaining about blowing a tire on I-5 because a bunch of metal came off someone's car. I almost died, but thankfully in my Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford in Auburn, I was safe, and I didn't.
You didn't almost die, Stacy.
I could have. Have you ever seen Final Destination? That happens.
Of course I have. That's a movie.
It's just freak accidents like that. No, obviously, the number one thing, we always look for these big monumental takeaways or some analysis you can have about the offense. And frankly, there's just so little you can actually take away that the most important thing does ultimately become health. How healthy are you as a team entering week one? And Seattle didn't get perfect news, obviously, but at least, overall, a good health report.
Yeah, your main contributors got out of that thing safely. And obviously you wish that everyone would. That's not the case. It's football, things happen. But I think that's probably why you have the tempo that you have at those situations. It wasn't a full scrimmage. It was more situational type things. And it's for that reason specifically. So we'll see how this progresses, but on Thursday it's going to get real. The starters will probably not play. The 2s and 3s will get after it. They will compete, and let's get after it.
What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number two, Jerry Jones told Cowboys fans they shouldn't lose any sleep over where negotiations are between his team and Micah Parsons. What's the real headline?
I don't know. This kind of feels like the captain of the Titanic telling passengers to go back to their rooms. Like, Jerry, your player has openly requested a trade. Other players have changed their avatars on X.com to his face in support of him. I kind of think this is a problem.
It is a problem. I think that, I never thought that we would be here as far as Micah Parsons. I was on record saying weeks ago, look, there's no way he's not going to run out of the tunnel as a Cowboy, and I still think that is a high probability that he's going to be on the squad, but what this does is it messes up relationships. And I know that you can work with somebody you necessarily don't like, but when you are the GM and the owner and you're going to be having interaction with these guys constantly, especially if they are your top players, you would think that you would want that relationship to be as healthy as possible. It just doesn't feel healthy at this point. I think that Micah deserves exactly what he's asking for. He's one of the best, if not the best defender in the game. And Jerry has a history of this. He did it in the 90s with Emmett. He did it early with, or lately with CD and Dak. Why he does it, I don't know. But history tells me that he will eventually get this done. But at this point, Micah doesn't want to be here, or he's just trying to call his bluff.
Do you think there's a world where the Seahawks make a trade for Micah? I think it's a natural question listeners have.
Nah, I don't think so.
No.
Giving it too much. I think that when you have a young, new head coach in Mike Macdonald, he wants every opportunity to build his team within the draft, too, because that's where you get those young players for cheap. I think that he would love to have him on this offense or this defense, but I think that once you look at what would be required to get him, it might make you think twice.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't clearly make you better. I kind of go to the conversations that we were all collectively having about Geno Suarez, and then people are trying to talk themselves out of it like he wasn't worth it. And it's like, no, he is. He makes you a better team. But does your front office want to make the decision? Now, when it came to the Mariners, it turns out they didn't have to give nearly as much as people thought. So that was an easy decision to make. When it comes to Micah, you will. There is no easy, simple, I'm surprised it didn't take that much trade for Micah Parsons.
Nah.
Absolutely not. This is going to cost you an arm and a leg 2 first-rounders.
They're going to ask you for a piece of this land over here from Michael Parsons.
Jerry's going to go, give me those bald eagles you got at camp.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Julio Rodriguez going yard for the 100th time in his career. This is what it sounded like.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on, blasted, center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 2020. The first player in baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
Still setting records, 4 straight 2020 seasons. What's the real headline?
That doesn't make sense. I thought he was supposed to be a bust.
Trade him. Trade him. This offseason. See what you can get. Nah, man, come on. It's look, expectations were high for Julio. He came out hot as a rookie, set some records there, and kind of fills it off a little bit. And not to the point where he's not a contributor, right? We've seen every year he starts off slow, and in the second half of the season, he picks it up and has his streaks of greatness. But I think that high expectations were valid. It was okay to have high expectations for him because he showed that he can do it. So even though he hasn't performed to the level that a lot of people would want him to perform, he's still doing things that no one has done before. How do you help a player of his caliber, a player like him, continue to grow? You get him help. Guess what he just got? He got some help. Take some pressure off of him. Let him relax, swing freely. His second half has been good so far.
There is one thing I want to both acknowledge and push back against. The thing I want to acknowledge is that Julio has at times been really frustrating. We've talked about it. I don't think that if you're someone who has been banging your head against the wall for some of Julio's at-bats in months past, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you don't know baseball. I think that you're absolutely right, and I was right there with you going, oh, Julio, come on. Like, there are times when his appearances had been kind of painful, and you're going, oh, what isn't clicking? He's so talented. What I would like to push back against is the idea that, A, that he doesn't have all the talent in the world, and B, that the hype around him wasn't earned. I think that I saw someone earlier saying, oh, this was just hype created by media, and that's what I'm kind of pushing back against. No. First of all, in baseball, there's prospects. If you come up as a high-ranked prospect, like in baseball, you're going to get a lot of attention. You don't have to do anything on the field. Roman Anthony didn't do anything on the field for the Red Sox before he came there, and there were plenty of stories about him because you're a high prospect. You're just going to come in with that attention. But Julio's rookie season was really special. He was setting records. He was doing things that we hadn't really seen before. So he earned a lot of that hype. The issue wasn't that he didn't excite a lot of people. It's that he didn't really build off of that. He kind of took a little bit of a step back each season, or didn't quite replicate those numbers. So I think that's where people were mostly confused about it.
And within the organization, they thought so highly of him that they paid him a lot of money, right? You don't do that to a guy who you don't project to have, or to have the impact on the team that a star has. So he still has got to live up to his side of the deal, and I think that every second half of the season, he does exactly that. So yeah, man, just I wouldn't say be patient with Julio, but also don't disrespect what he's done.
Well, the good news is I can see Cody White.
You can see him.
I
don't think he's okay. He's talking to the PR person. All right,
Cody,
all right.
Cody, no, don't go in the locker room, Cody. Okay, he's just hanging out. He's just, well, I guess we'll see if we can.
He's gonna go shake everyone's hand right now.
And he's gonna run some laps. See, this is the problem with these wide receivers, putting in work. You know what I mean? That's not what I want to see.
Well, no, what he's going to do is there's a line of fans, and the players are shaking every fan's hand. So he's a man of the people.
Why does Cody have to go be a nice person? He's just individually for each of these people saying hi, signing things. It's just, is it interrupting the interview? Sure. Is it making an impact in the community? 1,000%.
1,000. All right, so maybe we'll get him at what? Is this our long segment?
This is. Curtis, you want to chime in here? Are we okay to stay here?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, just so you guys know, we're hoping to still get Cody here. As Bump mentioned, he's going through a long line of Seahawks fans and community members that are out at practice with a chance to meet players, and he's just shaking hands and signing some stuff for people.
Being a good guy.
Being a certified good guy, Cody White. He's going to come over here, and I'm going to have to pretend I wasn't complaining. Hi. It was so nice to see you talking to people. That's really cool. No one better call me. No one call me fake. No one say anything. No one say anything. No one text in. We're going to act like I never complained. I wasn't complaining. I was noticing. I was observing.
Making an observation.
I was making observations from practice is all I was doing.
Yeah.
Remember that phenomenal game that Cody had last year?
Against the Rams, man.
God.
Blocked a punt. Catch down the sideline, had a 4th down catch, I believe, as well.
I really felt for him. They should have won that game. They really should have. And if they did, he would have been the hero of the game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention that in our interview.
Good play right there. We haven't seen that this half.
Blocked! Oh, yes. The ball is blocked! Zentner! The ball is blocked by the Seahawks inside the 20-yard line. There was about 4 Seahawks who broke through. Jay Harbaugh dialed it up. The punt block was on, the first one this season. I believe it might have been Cody White, the wide receiver activated today. He did. He got through, got skinny, and took it right off the punter's foot. Just like you draw it up, the Seahawks are back in business. 1st and 10 at the Rams 19.
Is that just how you draw it up?
Just how you draw it up. Get skinny, take the ball off the foot, not too much separation there. And go get it. That's how you make the ball team, man. And he's got to make some plays this preseason as well, whether it be on special teams or catching the rock. I assume he's going to be one of the guys getting the bulk of the reps on Thursday against the Raiders. So just go out there and prove yourself. He's had an interesting trip, man. He was with the Broncos, with the Steelers, with several other teams in 2020, and then kind of found a home with the Steelers for a couple years, and then was here with the Seahawks, has been activated in practice squad. So he's one of the grinders in the NFL, man. He's got a lot of heart.
What kind of momentum shift does that actually provide? Because I'll tell you, as a reporter who has only ever watched from the press box as opposed to actually been on a sideline, you can see guys lose their minds, and it's almost like, yes, an interception gets guys excited. A touchdown gets everyone excited. Everyone loves that. But something about special teams plays, I don't know if it's because they're rare and hard to do. I don't know if it's because sometimes the guys making the plays are rookies or, first, second-year players. But something about it, like, players lose their minds.
Yeah, because typically if you get a big play on special teams, you're shifting field position, and it's like hidden yardage and hidden scores. Right, no one really expects you to take a punt to the house. No one really expects to block a field goal. And I believe there are numbers that support that. When you have one of those plays happen in the game, your chances of winning the ball game go up a lot. Obviously, that didn't happen during that game. But, no, they're momentum shifters, man. Big ups to Big Ray. No momentum for Big Ray, though.
Is there a chance they take a step forward on special teams this year?
They better. I hope so. I think in the return game, they have some more guys. You got Sims out there. You have Horton out there as well. Ricky Wright was a guy drafted in the 7th round out of the University of Las Vegas who has a few block punts or kicks himself. So there's a chance, man. And, those are the special team coaches are like the offensive linemen of the coaching staff. Like they're just different type of guys, and you have to be, because you essentially have 4 different teams that you are responsible for, and the attributes are a bit different for players on that team. So yeah, I think they can. They have the personnel to do it. Now, like anything else, it's about executing.
It feels like it's a forgotten art in general. I mean, you saw the league trying to make it safer, recognizing that kick and punt returns were an area where players were at risk of injury. So then what you saw was just fewer returns in general.
Right.
And then the league was like, wait a minute. We need to re-incentivize people to return the ball. So then you saw the rule changes from last season. It's almost like the league also turned and recognized, oh my God, special teams is incredibly important. We can have real momentum shifts with this. Let's find a way to incentivize teams to get it done. And now you're looking at teams. I mean, this team hasn't felt like it's had a returner or a return specialist where you would go, oh my God, anything can happen, since Tyler Lockett when he was a rookie.
Yeah, it's been a while. Tyler Lockett, you had Leon Washington back there as well. It's a real art, man. I think just like the NFL is like incentivize teams to put the ball in play and allow kickoffs to go down, I wish there was a way to incentivize teams to put your best athlete back there to catch the rock. I understand you got to protect them. You don't want them to get banged up. All that is good, but, man, big returns are huge. I was Devin Hester popped up on my feed the other day, and I was reminded just how great that dude was in the return game.
Cody's only halfway through this line, so why don't we go to NFL headlines, read a couple of these stories, and then we'll see where we are in a little bit. Maybe we'll try to grab them a bit later. Dan Quinn sounded very understanding, of Terry McLaurin's trade request during his most recent press conference, cut 19.
he let me know that was happening too, so I definitely appreciated that. Look, I think it's easy. We love Terry. I'm really glad he's here. Hopefully he's out practicing soon. And we also understand there's the business side of this things that Adam and his side and Terry and his reps are working it through. So I just kind of, stay in that space. We recognize both are happening. But like I said, I'm really glad he's here. I love coaching him. But the business side, that's kind of where it's at. And somebody asked me, is it a distraction? It is not. The players today, they're more aware of contracts and things maybe than they used to be. And they recognize that business part happens as well. So for the team, we're just rocking and going and throwing some great practices. For Terry and the trade request, that's part of normal business that it's happening around the NFL. It's normal. We understand it, and we just throw our very best practices out on the field.
Julian Love walking out with his kid. I think that as much as we were talking about the Cowboys, I don't know what they're going to do without Micah. I feel that even more when it comes to the Commanders and Terry.
The thing about the Terry situation is that, look, man, he was there for you when no one else was. When no one was talking about Washington and what they're doing. It was all about what they're not doing and what's going on upstairs. And yet he continued to give you 1,000 yards, 1,000 yards, 1,000 yards. And when it's finally time for him to get paid, when he has his quarterback, now you're being slow with it. Mm-hmm. And you know what? If you're not going to pay the man, then allow him to go elsewhere and find a spot where they value him, because he is a good receiver. I think he has 3 or 4 really good seasons left in him, and I guarantee you Jaden Daniels wants him there as well. So just make it right. And for other people who get on me for being a player's guy, I will always be a player's guy. And there are always ways to pay those guys as well. You could have $10 million in your salary cap space, and there are ways to get it done. So with him, he deserves it, man. He's been there for you. He's been consistent. He's never gotten any type of trouble. I just don't understand the situation.
I don't know why people would get on you for that, especially with Terry McLaurin. Washington doesn't have another option. It's one thing if let's see if there was another example of this. I don't know. If when the Bengals were figuring out how to pay both of their receivers, and you're going, well, technically you still have Chase. So worst case scenario, if you needed to move on from Higgins, whatever. Washington doesn't have anyone else. They have McLaurin. That's their number one target. He's integral to their offense. So the idea of, well, I don't know if you should pay him, there's no one else you can go get.
He's their first, their last, their everything. Pay the man.
Yeah. Mike Macdonald and Tyreek Hill seem to have back and forth going through Miami media about short yardage play calling. Cut 20. Here was Hill on Friday when asked what he thinks would help in those situations.
Take Devon out on 3rd down. What? That's my honest opinion. If it's 3rd and short, he's not a power back. I be telling him that in the locker room, but he a power back. I love Devon though, but if I'm being honest, that's why you got Jalen Wright. That's why you got Ollie Gordon for those kind of situations.
Mike McDaniel responded to Hill, cut 21, in his classic sarcastic tone.
I thought it was genius reporting by Tyreek, seeing how we had a short yardage period that very day that you guys were in attendance for, and his suggestion was, I guess, congruent with Coach Stutesville. That's exactly how we repped the backs in that short yardage period that very day. But we thought it was funny that he reported the news that wasn't news on that practice day in that short yardage period that you guys were all there too for.
All right. Let's see. So we're going to be joined here in just a moment by Cody White. Curtis, do you have a call on whether or not we have time to do that?
Yeah, if he's about to sit down, let's keep it.
Okay, so let's see if he is about to sit down here. It looks like he is. Okay, so we'll be joined here by Cody White, who, again, a very, very tough wide receiver battle happening in camp right now. You've got a lot of really exciting names. I mean, we started the year with 2 wide receivers bumped, no longer here.
Yeah.
And you know, you had Tyler Lockett, obviously a fan favorite, MVS now here, Cooper Kupp now here. Hey, Cody, nice to meet you. And now you've got a group of young, really, really exciting guys, and one of them joining us right now. Cody, hi, how's it going?
Hi, how y'all doing? I'm doing good.
Good.
We're happy to have you. How has Clint Kubiak's offense felt so far? You guys had a scrimmage. You're about to head into the first preseason game. What are you liking about it?
I'm excited. You know, we're able to push the ball down the field, able to do a lot of things in the run game. I'm excited for the way that the offense is trending right now, coming from OTAs, now to training camp, and now getting ready for our first preseason game.
Good.
So we were just talking about your big game against the Rams last year, man. That was fun to watch. And how have you kind of built off of that game and established yourself here?
Yeah, you know, just being able to knowing that I can go in and when I get the opportunity and my name's called, that I can go in there and make plays. And just building on that this offseason, making sure I'm getting stronger, getting faster, working on my game in total, and just making sure I can replicate that. So whenever I get the opportunity and whenever my name is called, I'm able to go make plays.
So what are some of the extra things that you end up doing? Like, we saw you getting some work with a jugs machine. Like, so you have obviously the practice that you have to do. But then, like, what are you working with anyone else? What's the extras?
So I come out, I work out with TP. He throws with me before practice. I work with Nico. We work on tackling for special teams.
Oh, nice.
I go through my block routine, then we go to practice. And then after practice, I run a few extra routes that I didn't execute. And then I catch about 100 to 200 passes off the jugs every day. You know?
Every day?
Yeah. And then after that is recovery and then bouncing back, doing the same thing the next day. So that's the life of a receiver in my life right now.
You know that life.
Yeah, for real. You got a great resource, man. Your dad played in the league.
Yeah.
It was in the front office for a long time. How's that relationship kind of help you on your NFL journey?
For sure. Just being around football my whole life. My dad he's been in the front office. He was with the front office with the Lions while I was growing up. Now he's with Pittsburgh, so we'll see him week 2. But he's been good, man. Just all the inside stuff and just knowing how to move and how to navigate through this crazy NFL that we're in. And he's been in it. He played in the league as well. So just giving me all the tips I can but he lets me be myself. So that's good. It's been a great relationship.
Yep.
I always wonder if I was a wide receiver, I would want the ball like every single play all the time. When you hear that a head coach and an offensive coordinator like, we want to run the ball, we want to be really physical, how do you then absorb that as a receiver? Do you take on like a different mentality?
Well, I think every receiver wants the ball every play. But we're teammates, and so if our running back has the ball, it's almost like we have the ball. So we want him to be as explosive as he can be. So when we're in the run game, we're going to block as hard as we can so that our brother, who's basically, we're 12 as one, so we're all the same person running the football.
Yeah.
So we want him to go as far as he can. So I'm going to block my butt off just to make sure that he can go as far as he can.
Love it.
When I was on the squad, I was one of the guys fighting to make the team. So preseason games, I'm like, let's go get it. Here's my opportunity to shine. What's your approach going into this game, and what do you expect?
I feel like I'm the same way. I've always been a guy right on the edge, making the roster, now making the roster, fighting for my job every day. So going into the preseason games, I'm just going to go one rep at a time, put my best foot forward, and just go out there and make plays. You know, last year I had a big preseason, had a big touchdown at that last game.
Yep.
So just making sure that I can go in there and when my number's called, or if I'm in the run game, I'm in special teams. Anytime I'm out there on the field, I'm giving it my all.
What's your scouting report on these 3 quarterbacks? What's maybe one thing that you appreciate about each of these guys?
Oh, I love them all. Sam, ball placement, able to put it anywhere on the field. Drew, deep ball, able to throw the ball down the field. And then Jalen, I mean, you see Jalen making plays all the way with his feet, with his arm, doing all those things. He's growing every day.
Yeah.
Special teams, man. A guy like I was and you are, we got to go down there and play special teams and make tackles. Do you remember what it was like? Because my situation was, I came out of college, I ain't tackled nobody since high school, right? So I get out here, they put me at R2 back when you could run down the field on kick return, and I had to go make a tackle. Do you remember your first time getting out there and squaring somebody up?
That's crazy you say that, because my first tackle when I was in Pittsburgh, I was the L2, and it was the same old kickoff. We running down and we tackling. It was my first time tackling since my senior year of high school. Right. So that's why now I just get out there with Nico before practice, make sure I'm working on tackling, because as an offensive player, you don't really get those reps that the defensive guys get, but you still got to make those plays when you're out there on special teams. So just making sure you're staying in tune with all your techniques and things like that, so that when the opportunity comes, you're ready for it.
All right, he has Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. We only took up a couple minutes. You have like we've learned, you have a very, very busy day. So I'm sure you got to go do treatment and relax and take a look at the playbook. Have fun on Thursday. Have fun this preseason. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. Go Hawks. Go 12s.
All right, don't go anywhere.
Do your thing.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to yours.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach Macdonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Look today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The Grammy-nominated voice that's touched millions with songs that define love is coming to Muckleshoot Event Center. Brian McKnight. One night, one voice, one memory that will last a lifetime. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Brian McKnight, Thursday, August 7th, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Ichiro Hall of Fame festivities at T-Mobile Park are officially on deck. Score a Hall of Fame Funko Pop tomorrow through Thursday. And other great giveaways like Ichiro jerseys this Friday and replica plaques on Sunday. Plus, limited tickets remain for his number retirement ceremony on Saturday. Grab your seats at mariners.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard. and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we broke up NFL headlines to bring on Cody for a quick interview. So right now we're going to jump back into some NFL headlines, starting with the Bills. Bills running back James Cook has stopped taking part in practice while he's seeking a new deal from Buffalo. Bills GM Brandon Beane spoke about his decision to hold in cut 22.
You know, I wish we weren't here. This is my 9th season here. We've never had a player miss due to a contract or anything like that, so that's disappointing for me. It's not something we want, not something we're looking forward to. But at the end of the day, it's like I said earlier, it's kind of sometimes can be the way of the world, and so we'll deal with it the best we can. Like I said, hopefully, you know, I'd love to see Jimbo out there today. I don't know that answer at this point this morning. Whether that will happen or not, but if it's not today, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll keep trying to, or the next day. I think we got a day off, but hopefully get him back out there soon.
Cook was asked multiple times by a group of reporters after practice why he didn't participate. His answer was business to pretty much every single question, a very Marshawn Lynch approach.
Yeah, that's what it is. It is business. He's not lying. He's telling the truth, and he's not happy with this contract. He wants an extension, and an extension just gives financial security. I know that is weird when I say that, and you know that these guys are getting paid millions of dollars, but when you play the position that he plays especially, you know that it's not for long. Your shelf life isn't that great. So he's been productive. He's been one of the league leaders when it comes to touchdowns last year, and he just wants to make sure that he's going to be okay when it comes to the next couple of years. So this is just business, and I think that coach understands that even though this is the first time a player's done it since he's been over there, no one's immune to this situation.
Next story, poor Brian Schottenheimer having to coach the Dallas Cowboys circus. Here's his reaction to Micah Parsons' trade request in cut 31.
I've talked to Micah. I've talked to all of our guys, and great conversations. I'm not going to share with you guys what he and I talked about, but again, I know you guys are going to ask it. I get that. I'm not going to continue to talk about Micah's contract situation. A lot of great things going on. I get it. Seriously, you guys have a tough job to do, and you're going to get bored with this press conference if we keep asking it. But again, had great conversation with him. You know, you guys know me. I'm transparent. I talk to all of our guys. Always have, always will, and good conversations.
I don't know, Brian. I don't know that I'll get bored of it. I kind of want to know more. I would like to know what's happening here. I feel for a head coach that has to navigate contention between a front office and a player, especially when other players voice their displeasure with it. Oh man, I don't envy that position he's in.
Because he has no real say in this.
Nope.
Like, he goes upstairs and checks in with Jerry, and I'm sure asks what's going on, so he's informed or whatnot. But he has no say in this. So he's just stuck. He still has to show up every day and do his job and make sure that the guys who are there, who are showing up, are as prepared as they can be so they can get going. So I do feel bad for him, man. But he knew what he was signing up for. It's not like Shotty has been blind to the Cowboys and their organization and what they do for the last 25, 30 years. He knew this was part of the gig, but it still puts him in a tough spot.
Next and last story, Shedeur Sanders, it's time. He got reps with the Browns' first team over the weekend. Asked in cut 32 how that felt. Here's what he told reporters.
Yeah, I would say pretty much, I view it as the defense does a great job of mixing players in. So backers, you got rookies out there sometimes. DBs, you got different guys out there. So it's not mentally I go out there and I'm like, oh, you know, these are the ones I'm going to get nervous. Like, it don't got anything to do with that. And truthfully, I don't care what line I go out there with. It could be ones, twos, threes, whatever the situation is. And I know Friday when the game is, if I'm with twos or I'm with threes, it don't matter to me. I'm just ready to get down and get to, you know, doing what I could do.
Shedeur said, never again will I throw an offensive line under the bus.
Oh, not in the
Miss
NFL
me
locker
with
room
it.
either. Heck no, because they will walk up on
Absolutely
you
not.
and call you out. But he has the #1 selling jersey in the NFL right now.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he's making like 13, 14 million off of that. He had a clause in his contract to where he gets paid off of his name, image, and likeness because he's an entity coming into the NFL. I think we'll see more contracts kind of resemble that. But I think he should be the starter, honestly. Like, what are we doing? I know you got Joe Flacco over there. You got Gabriel. You got Kenny Pickett, who's been on 3 teams in 3 years. Not necessarily a good sign, but not a bad one anyway. Anyway, look at Cody Pickett the way you want to. But if you're the Browns and you're really trying to work on something, go see if one of these rookies can be your guy. So when you do have that top 10 pick next year, which is inevitable you're going to have, maybe you can go get something else. Maybe you found your guy. So, yeah, I think one of the 2 rookies should be the guy. I haven't been at camp, and I hate camp stats, but I would probably give Shedeur the nod.
Our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Let's figure out what we should be taking away from the Seahawks scrimmage over the weekend. Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta joins us next.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third base line. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about 1 pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. So, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took 3 of 4 from the Rangers, getting a win in their series finale Sunday. Even better news, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox and now head into a series against a Marlin team that just swept the Yankees. The Mariners have an off day today, a much-needed one, so check out Extra Innings coming your way at 7 p.m., hosted by Curtis Rogers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Bob, you were able to watch the Seahawks scrimmage this past weekend, and I'm going to start with the single biggest question we're going to have about this team heading into the season. I know that you might have limited takeaways, but how did the quarterbacks look?
Sam Darnold, I thought looked okay for what they had him do. Yeah, it was not a scrimmage in name. It was a lot of situational stuff, just like a 2-minute drill here. Overtime drill here kind of thing. So it's hard to get it, it was kind of hard to, it wasn't like he was out there for super long to really get a sense of it that way. But I thought, I didn't think the passing game was super sharp at times for all of them, but Darnold did have a couple of drives that, as Macdonald pointed out afterward, the overtime drive, he hit a couple of passes in that one. Going against the one defense to lead him down there to get him in position there, kind of seemed like he did what they wanted him to do. Jalen Milroe had the throw at the end. I don't know that it should have counted. We were standing right there, and it didn't look like Tyrone Brown was inbounds, but they did call it a touchdown on the field. So it was a nice looking play for sure, a nice throw and a good enough catch. Other than I don't think he got both feet in, but he ran around and made a couple of plays that way. And Drew Lock has had just kind of a steady camp. In general, he seems to be really. He probably is kind of like the most accurate, I think, of the 3 guys that have been out here in terms of just, the ball always seems to go where he wants it to go. I thought they looked fine for what they were asked to do.
We spoke to Kubiak, and he really highlighted Zach Charbonnet in his training camp. How did he look on Saturday?
Yeah, he has had a good training camp in general. And again, they didn't tackle to the ground, so it was kind of a little bit tricky to try to get a sense of like physicality and stuff like that. And that's one area where Zach really shines. But for sure, he looks like he's a little. I do think this is an offense that will fit him. What they're trying to do with the outside zone stuff. I mean, I think it's. I think there's some similarities there to things he's been asked to do in the past. And I do think that whole kind of having to kind of read things a little bit and then one step and go and all that. I think that's a good offense for him. So I think he has looked good in that regard for sure.
I think we can all anticipate both Charbonnet and Ken to obviously get the bulk of the carries. Kenny McIntosh's loss for the season is what we're looking at with that group, where the third guy, maybe it's your fullback, or is there another young running back that's looked pretty solid in camp so far?
No, I think they'll keep three tailbacks. I think he'll need to do that. So I think right now George Holani appears ahead of Damian Martinez on the depth chart, just given the way it went the other night. Ken Walker didn't do anything on Saturday. He's dealing with a little bit of a sore foot. I know a lot of people kind of, online, social media kind of went crazy with that. I don't know yet that that's anything to necessarily be concerned about. Running backs here dating ever since I've been covering the team. I mean, Marshawn, he didn't do a lot in camp either. A lot of times the top running backs, they found times to kind of rest them. So I don't know if this is just that, or if there's something to really be concerned with there. But Charbonnet and George Holani basically shared the reps at running backs with the ones, and then Damian Martinez was behind them, and then the couple of undrafted free agents they have. So I think they'll keep one of George Holani or Damian Martinez probably on the 53-man, unless it just gets down to the roster crunch thing and they play the game of gambling that neither of those guys would get claimed on waivers. It's possible they would do that and just kind of assume that you'd be able to get them both on the practice squad and maybe go that route. But I do think on game days they're going to want to have three tailbacks out there plus a fullback. So I think I think they'll have four sort of running backs on game days active most times this year.
Hey, you mentioned Holani getting a lot of reps, and honestly, I thought Damian would get some, but it makes sense Holani's been here. Is there any other player that you feel like has moved up on the depth chart that we should be watching?
The other notable thing the other day was just the amount of run Torrey Horton was getting with the ones. When they were in their base kind of two receiver offense, which they did a lot because of what they appeared to be practicing on Saturday, that was as expected. It was Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba. When they went three receivers, usually the third receiver was Torrey Horton, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling was with the twos when they did that. When they did the base and they did ones, twos, and threes with two receivers, they had Torrey Horton and MVS out there as the second team base receivers. So that kind of indicates to me that's your 1, 2, 3, or your 1A and 1B, and then your 3 and 4 there with Horton and MVS. And so that's interesting for sure that he kind of seems to be ahead of him just a little bit maybe there on that pecking order, and is definitely getting a lot of snaps with the ones. I think there's roles for both those guys, significant roles for both those guys on the offense. So I don't know that it's they're going to cut MVS or something like that. But I do think that's kind of your top four. And again, Horton, I think really seems to be, they seem to be preparing him for a pretty significant role in the offense. And then, the offensive line right now, with Christian Haynes didn't do anything on Saturday because he's dealing with a pec injury. He really didn't on Friday either. So I think this is a thing he's dealt with for a couple of days. That had Anthony Bradford going solely with the ones essentially at right guard, other than a few times when they've snuck Jalen Sundell over there. But it is interesting, I think you still kind of have, between Sundell, Oluwatimi, and Bradford and Haynes, you kind of have those four guys competing for two spots, but you sort of have, Sundell and Haynes have each taken reps at both guard and center. So, I still think there's some sorting out there, but at the moment, I think Anthony Bradford, kind of appears to be kind of retaking the lead there, kind of solidifying it at right guard.
What were some of the questions around Bradford last season that kind of kept him from entering camp as the sure thing at guard? I guess what I'm asking is, when you're watching these guys and when you're watching the depth, what questions are you waiting to see answered at that spot in particular?
Well, I think, I think with him, he started the first 11 games last year. He did basically beat out Christian Haynes in camp last year. Obviously had some struggles and, then got hurt and missed the rest of the season. And it was interesting. They went with Laumea the last 6 games of last year at that spot, and Laumea has never been a contender for that this year. So I assume that sort of has to do with how they view these guys in this new offense. I think that was the question with Bradford, is how would he adapt to this? I think Bradford is a little bit more, was regarded anyway as sort of a little bit more of kind of a power lineman, and this is a scheme that's going to require a lot more movement and quickness and all that out of the line, and kind of taking one step and then really being able to get out and move and get out and if you're a guard, be able to get to the block the edge on the end and things like that. And so I think there was a question there somewhat of whether he would be able to do that. But I know he's lost some weight. I think they feel like he's in better shape than he was. And to be able to do that. So I think he's probably helped answer the questions that way a little bit. And I think part of the question last a little bit with Bradford too is I think he would just kind of fall victim to some bad plays. I think they felt like a lot of his plays were good enough, but there were, some that were just, there was kind of some peaks and valleys there. And I think they wanted him to get a little bit more consistent as well.
It's been a while since the Hawks had a dynamic returner. I'm hoping one of these young guys can provide that service for him. Who would you see back there returning kick returns and punt returns?
Yeah, I saw quite a few guys. In camp, in general in camp, it's been Steven Sims and Torrey Horton. Kenny McIntosh was in that running, and then when he got hurt, he's obviously out of it now. So, I think that was part of why the guy they brought in to replace him, whose name I'm suddenly blanking on, Kaufman, he's got some return ability, and I think that's part of why they signed him, is he could maybe be a depth guy there. But George Holani we saw back there as well. We've seen Derek Young back there some. So they still have a few guys, but I would think it's going to be some Jake Bobo we've seen back there at times during some of the camp times as well. Sort of looked the other day like maybe it's George Holani and Torrey Horton and Steven Sims and some combination of them as the kickoff returners, and one of those guys is maybe the punt returner as well. With Torrey Horton, that could be asking a lot of him though as a rookie. If you expect him to play 40-something snaps a game at receiver and to also make him, your primary returner on both returns, that might be a lot. So I'm sure they probably want to try to figure out a way to spread that around a little bit.
A name that we still haven't seen, obviously, on PUP is Uchenna Nwosu. I know that Mike Macdonald gave an update on him in camp, at least saying, hey, there is no update yet. Bob, have we heard anything since then? And also, do you anticipate that this club could add to that group?
Yeah, we have not gotten any. The 2 or 3 times we've asked, that's the answer we've gotten. Today might be a good day to ask him that again, so we'll see if that changes at all. But they'd have to make a roster move there, so basically that'd be that'll be what we'll all know probably is whatever day they make the roster move to bring him off. But certainly it's I don't know if it's concerning yet, but it does. I think everybody anticipated probably when they put him on PUP that he'd be available by now, kind of thing. But maybe they, to get him ready for the regular season, I would think he's going to need a couple of weeks to kind of get ready for that. And so we'll see if that happens in the next few days, maybe to get it back there. Certainly, I think they'll look around for pass rushers. I think that's kind of one of those you can never have enough things. I don't know if they're going to go make some big move though. I think they feel like, especially if Nwosu can come back, I think they feel like they're, okay there, other than, if there's somebody who gets released by a team somewhere, somebody who just becomes available in that kind of way that's worth adding to the depth. I certainly could see him do that, but I don't know that they're going to take some big, huge swing to add to it.
Hey, Bob, do you anticipate them making moves at the linebacker spot? I mean, you got Drake Thomas and Patrick O'Connell, guys who have been there before Josh Ross, but the drop from talent when it comes from the ones and the twos is fairly big. Or do you feel like, they like what they have here and they're going to give these guys opportunities?
Yeah, the thing with that is you need basically your backup inside linebackers are always guys who are going to basically play every single special team snap. So that's always kind of been the thing. They've never really brought in veterans for those spots a lot. like a 30-year-old guy to be a backup or something, because they generally kind of want younger guys who are going to play a lot of special teams to fill those roles a little bit. But why they might have to is Josh Ross appears like he's been one of the backups there, and he appears to have some kind of injury with his hand. He if you saw him out there the other day, we didn't notice until Friday that he wasn't out of practice, and then on Saturday he showed up and he had his hand in a wrap. So I don't know if that's something that might hold him out for a while or what, but I think they had him ticketed as well for one of those inside linebacking kind of special team spots. Yeah, they have Patrick O'Connell there, Drake Thomas, and then they moved Jamie Sheriff there as well. The guy who had the preseason last year was kind of one of the stars of the preseason, but they moved him to playing a lot more off ball. He lost some weight to try to do that a little bit, to get a little bit quicker, to play back there instead of playing on the edge. It seems like of late they've kind of had him doing a little bit of both. So I don't know it'll be interesting to see in the games exactly where he gets a lot of reps, because I do think he probably will in the games. But yeah, I think that's another spot though that if you are looking for a veteran, you'd probably just kind of wait till cut down day and see who gets released there. I don't know that you'd feel like you need to make a major move to add a veteran inside linebacker when you do really like your two starters.
We are obviously going to get our first look at the preseason game on Thursday, taking on the Raiders. Now, that's a story in itself with the return of Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, though I don't anticipate Geno will be playing. So I'm sure on that day, that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about. That being said, are there any maybe veterans, especially like bubble veterans, that are going to have to really take advantage of this game and the next two to make their spot on the roster?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if there's any like big name guys. Jake Bobo maybe is a guy, because I do think with Torrey Horton, I think Torrey Horton's kind of moved ahead of him on the receiving picking order there. And so, I do still feel like they'll probably keep Valdez-Scantling no matter what, because I think he kind of offers a specific skill set that they're going to want. Somebody who can line up outside and just kind of run past everybody and, then spread the defense that way. So, I do think you kind of have your four receivers there, and then it's maybe all the rest of those guys competing for one spot. And so that could be Jake Bobo and Derek Young and Cody White would probably be your next three guys there, kind of competing for that. So, they'll probably want – I don't know how much what they would do in preseason games would necessarily matter. I think it'll be more of what they see every day out here and how they think it'll all fit together and what they do blocking wise. And with Bobo in particular, I think that's an important thing to remember is what they're going to ask these guys, the receivers, I think, to be more involved blocking in the run game this year. And so I think both Derek Young and Jake Bobo are guys who could help them a lot with that as well, being kind of bigger bodied guys. But that'll be interesting for me to see there. And, maybe the backup cornerback spots, I think are going to be interesting. We haven't seen Shaquille Griffin yet. He's been gone for a week. So I don't know if he's going to have to show him much in training camp and preseason the rest of the way to make the team, or it's been kind of murky what exactly is going on there. He's been away from the team dealing with the personal matter. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's a guy that you mostly just need to see that, yeah, he's in shape and can do this, because obviously he's got a big track record of what he can do in the NFL. But they might, between him and Nehemiah Pritchett and kind of the rest of the corners beyond what appear to be basically your top three at the moment, I think that'll be an interesting battle to watch as well.
Don't forget to check out Bob's updates from camp today at Condotta on X.com. He is Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks a lot, you guys. Yep. Bye.
See ya. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, who continues to grab your attention and will put pressure on their position group?
We were talking about Horton and how he's grown and making plays, and Mike Macdonald was talking about him too. But another man, Derek Young, has been doing his thing as well. He caught a touchdown during the scrimmage on Saturday, and he's just like a guy that slowly chips away. He's not a guy who's going to make these huge plays and have the crowd going crazy when they're over here, but he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's going to line up where he's supposed to line up. He's going to make the plays that he's supposed to make, and he's one of the few receivers that can go down on special teams and actually make a tackle. There's a reason why these linebackers hang around for a while, these safeties, because they are typically the guys on special teams who make the plays, who are down there almost every special team snap. And Derek Young has kind of infiltrated the system and put himself there. But every time I see him, I'm looking at him right now, and he was wide open, didn't get the football though. But Derek Young and Horton, I think they're in a battle right now. And this is going to be fun to watch. They're going to get a lot of time on Thursday, many opportunities to solidify themselves as that number 4 receiver. So I'm looking at Jake Bobo, I'm looking at Horton, I'm looking at Derek Young. That's going to be a fun battle to watch, one that I'm going to watch closely on Thursday. But a big number 83, Derek Young, man, you keep showing up and you keep being consistent.
Someone said, congratulations, ? Yes. Second down. People are also giving me Costco advice. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Second down, who will have the biggest influence in the NFC West in 2025?
It's going to be Matthew Stafford. He has not suited up one time for training camp. One time. I don't think they're concerned about him being available for week 1. Well, when you're 36, 37 years of age, your back is hurt, they're going to sit you down and say, look, just get the playbook down. You'll be fine, ready to go. My concern is that he's not going to have the chemistry that he would like with Devontae Adams. But if Matthew Stafford is not able to play at the level that we're used to seeing, at a high level, that's going to change the NFC West. We talk a lot about this Rams defense. Yes, they're going to stop guys from scoring points. That box is going to be great. But if you cannot put points on the board, it's going to be a different situation over there. And you got Jimmy Garoppolo and you have Stetson Benson, I think he's still over there. Last I checked, he was over there. Those two guys aren't going to get it done for you. Maybe Jimmy has a resurrection in his career and he finds the fountain of youth and he starts balling again. I wouldn't count on it. But if Matthew Stafford isn't ready to go, and I talked to some guys down there in L.A., and they are concerned. They say, look, he's going to be there for week 1. Will he be there for the duration of the 2025 season? They're just not sure because the last 2 seasons has been tough. It was an elbow last year, I believe. This year it's a back. And those are old man injuries right there.
Did they start 0-3? I remember there being some wild kind of like 2% of teams make the playoffs kind of thing that they overcame. I can't remember if it was 0-3 or if it was 1-4, some horrible start to the season.
Something like that. It wasn't good.
Third down. Who's a rookie to watch on Thursday?
Hey, I'm looking at just the guys fighting to make the ball club. Isas Waxter from Villanova, and you got Kadrain Callaghan. I believe he went to a smaller school. I've been watching these guys, and they're not making mistakes. I got a buddy who trained Waxter over there on the East Coast, and he asked me about him. I said, honestly, he hasn't made any big plays, but I also feel like he hasn't given up any big plays. And these are the type of guys who make the team on special teams, but this is their time to shine during the preseason. You got to go out there and just be fundamentally sound and not give up the big play. Let me warn you, Thursday is going to be a sloppy game because starters ain't going to play at all. So once the 2s come out and the 3s are out there, just the chemistry is going to be a bit different. But that's when it's time for these guys to shine, and these guys are corners. So you're looking who's going to back up Rick Woolen, who's going to back up Griffin if he's in there, who's going to back up Spoon. These are the battles that you want to watch. So look at Isas, I hope I'm saying his name right, Isas Waxter and Kadrain Callaghan. Those guys are going to be out there fighting for their NFL lives, and that is why I love preseason football. I know some of you guys are like, why would I watch this? I don't care. These guys are going to be on the team, because you get to find one of your guys early. You can say, I remember when he was just battling to make the team. Now he's a starter in the league somewhere.
Can I throw in an extra question? It's a preseason game. I'm guessing I know your answer, but this was a text from last week that I didn't get a chance to include. Someone said, I feel like preseason games are still just a money grab for the NFL. And I was going to respond and go, I think coaches would hate not having a preseason, but instead I'll throw it your way. In your mind, what's the actual importance of preseason, and do you think coaches would ever stand for not having one?
Well, it is a money grab because fans are going to show up and support and concessions and all that good stuff. But the reason why you have these preseason games is to evaluate these guys in real situations. Out here in practice, you're not going to take guys to the ground. You're not going to make the difficult play when the ball's in the air. I just saw a DB allow a receiver to catch the football. You got to see how guys respond when things are real. How are guys going to respond when they get beat? Are they going to mope around and not bounce back? All right, you're going to get cut because you got to be resilient, especially when you're playing defense. So it is both. It is a money grab, but it's all about evaluations, and I think coaches would hate it if the preseason went away.
Fourth down. What's going to be the biggest challenge for Clint Kubiak Thursday?
So when I was a head coach at Monroe High School, there were times when I would go down to the JV level and I would call games for those guys or help out the offensive coordinator. And the execution just wasn't the same like it was with my varsity guys. My varsity guys are there for a reason. They're sharp. They understand what I want. I've groomed them since they were like freshmen. Now they're my guys on Friday nights. And the hardest part is going to be trying to find a groove. And I know that's not important right now for Kubiak, like trying to win ball games, but at times he's going to dial up the perfect play for that defense, and they're not going to execute because of the guys who are on the football field. So it's going to be hard for Kubiak to go out there and kind of find his flow and get things going. There are going to be times where it looks great. There are going to be times where it looks horrible, but that's what the preseason is for. And Kubiak, right? We're going to get your first taste of Kubiak. Let me remind you, too, that he has not game planned for the Raiders. He's just going to call plays. He looks like, I know they come out in this front. I'm going to set these guys up for as much success as possible, but he's not picking on anybody. He's not trying to zero in on this defensive lineman, attack this safety in this situation. He's just going to call his plays according to the blueprint of that defense. So it's going to be interesting watching the way that he calls the game on Thursday.
What do you think is the first big challenge that most, I don't want to say new offensive coordinators, he's been one for two different teams, but that offensive coordinators, younger ones or with a new team, are going to face? Like, what's that first big obstacle?
Big obstacle is just figuring out who these guys are when it is real. When you can get taken down to the ground, your quarterback's not going to be safe. He's not wearing a blue jersey. No one can touch him when things are getting active. But it's learning, man. I almost think that in some situations, guys struggling will tell a lot about a player, and coaches appreciate that. Like, I'm going to learn about this dude when things get tough. It's easy to have fun and execute when things are going well and you're just dominating. Okay, now what does it look like when you're not executing the way that you want to? All right, you learn about yourself, you learn about your teammates as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Mariners have an off day today, so check out Extra Innings coming your way at 7 p.m. on Seattle Sports, hosted by Curtis Rogers. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. You got 20 minutes. 866-979-3776. Sports, non-sports, it does not matter. Just a question that you've got on your mind. You need to know the answer. 866-979-3776.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3. How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands. Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Buckle up. True country icon Clint Black is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Tuesday, August 5th on his Back on the Blacktop tour. Grab your boots and get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Clint Black, live and loud and only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
We live for the jaw droppers.
Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon.
The deep balls sent sky high.
Gonna throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Big moments that throw you out of your seat.
And it's intercepted. Richard Sherman with a leaping interception.
Questioning the laws of physics and worthy of the celebration. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's Jason Churchill. Jason, a monumental opportunity here the Mariners had with this series against the Rangers. Just how important was it to take 3 here?
Yeah, I think pretty huge considering, you're still without your typical number 5 starter. You're still short in the bullpen, and you didn't get a whole lot from a big portion of the lineup. I was just checking the numbers. Raleigh Naylor Suarez went 5 for 48 with 2 extra base hits and 18 strikeouts in the series, including 4 for 36 in the final 3 games, and they still took 3 of 4 and could have swept the series. So I think because of that, it's enormous.
Hey, Church, how does having the depth in this lineup change the way that pitchers attack the lineup?
Yeah, that's it. You're going to make them work. There's going to be more runners on base, which we've heard about, high-stress innings. Most pitchers would much rather pitch from the windup than the stretch. And even relievers who pitch from the stretch all the time would rather have, clean bases, to pitch from. And when you're getting on base more and and you have a bunch more guys that have battle in the box and aren't easy outs. I mean, it makes a big difference. I mean, I think Mariners fans have seen for years, having 2, 3, 4, I'll use the word automatic outs in the lineup that just, get mowed down on a regular basis. What that can do to the other 3, 4, 5 hitters in the lineup that are actually producing, it makes what they do less valuable. It's not that valuable to hit a 2-out double in the 5th inning when there's nobody on base and the next guy just pops out or flies out. It's not as valuable to draw a walk, with 2 outs in an inning if the guy behind you is just going to ground out and doesn't produce. They did lengthen the lineup at the trade deadline, and guys like a Rosarena and Cole Young and J.P. Crawford and Dom Canzone kind of did their thing in the Rangers series. So I think we saw that play out pretty much right away after the deadline.
What have you seen from Cal here? Because I know he's in a bit of a slump. I liked the walk yesterday, obviously, but I guess when you're not hitting home runs once a series, you can feel a little worried about someone. But what are you seeing from him?
Yeah, I think this is just about him being thrown a lot of pitches, out of the zone, a lot of soft stuff out of the zone, and there's some chase going on here. This is just one of those slumps that happen usually 2-3 times a year for just about everybody, even the Otanis and the Freddie Freemans and Aaron Judges go through things like this, and that's all that's going on with Cal right now. But yeah, there's a ton of swing and miss and kind of getting caught in between, occasionally, not just on strike threes, but you'll see Cal not swing at a pitch earlier in the count that normally he would just, light up, at least this season. So I think that's all we're seeing. He'll gather it in. And again, things don't happen quickly in baseball when you have to make an adjustment. They take a week, they take 2 weeks, they take 3 weeks to fix things, to kind of find out, really what the trend is, how he's being pitched, how he's being attacked, and how to combat that, how to get back. Maybe he's coming out of his mechanics. Maybe he's, his thought process at the plate is changing a little bit. And it just takes a little more time. It's not a week-to-week thing or a game-to-game thing. Sometimes it takes longer than that. So I think that's why we're seeing the extended slump with Cal Raleigh right now. Nothing really out of the ordinary. We're just not used to it because he's had such a huge year.
Hey, Julio's been an interesting figure here in Seattle. And, fans have had mixed emotions. He starts his rookie year, and it set some records, just some things a rookie's never done before. In year 2 to 3, kind of plateaued a little bit. But now he's the first player in MLB history to go for 2020 club his first 4 seasons. How should fans view Julio and his career so far 4 years in?
Yeah, I get the frustration, that the disappointment that he hasn't taken those first 2 seasons and built on them at the plate and gotten better. But this is how do you watch Julio Rodriguez and actually think about being disappointed? How do you watch that guy on television and watch him in interviews and watch how he interacts on the field? I was at the game Thursday, and I watched Julio when there's no action, right? Like after the inning is over and he's running off the field, or after he's singled and the guy behind him makes the last out. I watch how he interacts with his teammates and the fans. That guy is pure joy. I don't understand. That guy could go out there and go, and hit 220 for a year, and I would still be a huge fan of Julio Rodriguez. So I understand the frustration. You want to win. You're a fan of this team. You want to win. But Julio wants to win too, and he celebrates his teammates. He doesn't have to be the center of attention. You don't get that a lot with some of these, stars out there. And yeah, his offensive performance, you want it to get better. And he's basically been the same hitter this year he was a year ago. And you want him to build on that instead of just kind of trudging along at this kind of slightly above average sort of pace. But I'll tell you what, I see I think I do. I think I see what's going on here with Julio Rodriguez, what they're trying to do. And maybe it's starting to work. You can't just be a pull the ball in the air guy, because if you are, then you're looking for balls to pull in the air. And if you make a poor judgment on a pitch, you're rolling over and grounding out the short, right? You're not going to lift that ball in the air. You have to be more of a complete hitter. You have to be able to hit more pitch types in more locations to more parts of the field to be a more complete hitter. And while we're not necessarily seeing the results for the entire season in 112 games, I think we're seeing more contact. We're seeing more willingness to hit the ball the other way. And now we're starting to see him hit the ball the other way for some power. Who does that remind you guys of? Like classically, traditionally, in Mariners lore, who does that remind you of? That's Edgar Martinez. And I'm not saying Julio's going to be Edgar, but to be a complete hitter and to make it harder for pitchers to pitch to you, you have to be able to do more and more locations on more pitch types and more counts. And I think we're absolutely seeing that from Julio Rodriguez. So I think this is just a slower evolution this year than we'd like to see. But I like what's going on with Julio Rodriguez. And by the way, Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coach, the guy that's there on the daily, same type of hitter that Edgar Martinez was. Tried to hit the ball. He didn't have the power that Edgar did. Tried to hit the ball all over the field, hit every pitch, hit the ball the other way, doubles, singles, some homers. That was Kevin Seitzer as well. That's how they teach hitting, and I think we're starting to see that come out the last month or so with Julio Rodriguez.
What have you seen from, in particular, Logan and George, as we've kind of rounded into the final month and a half here? I know that the pitching hasn't been what it was last year, but it's certainly going to be central to any kind of postseason run they have this season.
Yeah, I think the thing with that is, we do stare at season-long numbers, guys having a good year, guys not having a great year. But really all that matters, and this is kind of thing I stare at now, all that matters is what happens between now and the end of the season. Like Gilbert, some of Gilbert's peripherals are really good. I know we missed some time, but, you got to love where those strikeout numbers are at. I mean, he's striking out 3.5 more batters per 9 innings this year than a year ago, and he's still throwing a lot of strikes. So you have to love that and hope that, he can kind of avoid that big inning, that 2-run double, in the 5th inning or whatever it is that kind of unravels, a few of his starts. George Kirby the same. It's a little bit of a different approach for Kirby this year, trying to get more swing and miss, not trying to be, around and in the zone as much. I mean, in zone performance of your pitches is a big deal, but it's hard to just throw everything in the zone and expect to get swings and misses. So a little too much contact. He's trying to get around that. I think that's working as well. But kind of like Julio, that's a different approach for George Kirby. But I look at all of this, like what happens between basically now or August 1st, the day after the deadline, when you kind of have the team you're going to have. What happens in those 50 to 60 games? That's really all that matters. And I'm staring at the bullpen, guys. I got to be honest with you. The bullpen for me is the key to all of this. They're 17th in walk rate, 19th in strikeout rate, 10th worst hard hit rate, and neither Munoz nor Brash is really at the top of their game right now and in any of those categories. And the only guy they picked up at the deadline is not a big strikeout guy this year. His strikeout rate's down 8% from a year ago, 7% from his career numbers in Ferguson, and he's probably not a guy you want to go to with the game on the line. So how they handle those guys, and maybe Brash and Munoz getting back to what we know they can be, particularly Munoz late in the game being really efficient and dominating, will go a long way. I think the bullpen is where it's at for Seattle the rest of the way.
Well said. He's Jason Churchill. Thanks, Church.
Thanks, Church.
You got it anytime. Thanks.
The Seahawks are closing in on the preseason, and we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game on Friday, August 15th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. This contest runs through today, August 4th. What I need to know coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoon 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3. How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands. Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey friends, Stacy here to tell you that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on now. Take advantage of great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles, plus huge discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Also good news here. Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay up front. Then when they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there are absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. And that's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. If you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure sales experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford in Auburn is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Head to T-Mobile Park August 5th through 10th as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities will be packed with must-have collectible giveaways, like an exclusive Funko Pop, 2004 jersey, and a replica of his Cooperstown plaque, plus his number retirement ceremony and more. It's going to be legendary.
And there it is. He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
The American Band, the legendary Grand Funk Railroad, is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Wednesday, August 6th, with special guest Jefferson Starship. Don't miss this night of classic rock that defined a generation. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Grand Funk Railroad with special guest Jefferson Starship. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know. Will Micah Parsons come running out of the plane with his butt on fire to play for the Seahawks' first preseason game?
Repeat the question, por favor.
Will Micah Parsons, first of all, Micah Parsons
He's
going to
be a cowboy, all right? He's going to be a cowboy. Jerry crazy, but he ain't dumb. He's crazy, but he ain't dumb. He's going to take care of Micah, but their relationship will forever be ruined.
What I need to know, what's more fun to say, Eugenio Suarez or Jake Bobo? Jake Bobo's very fun to say.
Eugenio is harder to say. Jake Bobo is more fun to say.
What I need to know, why, let's see. God, I don't like tartar sauce. Who serves the best tartar sauce in Seattle? I don't even think I know what tartar sauce tastes like.
I don't rock with
is
tartar.
Is it kind of tart? What is tartar sauce?
It's like relish and mayonnaise.
I don't want anything to do with that.
It's tart. It tastes tarty.
What I need to know, will the Mariners re-sign Josh Naylor for next year?
Yup, everybody's coming back. Whole squad. Everybody. The exact same squad. No, in seriousness, though, I hope they do. And I think it all depends on how this season goes, right? If they get into the playoffs and there's potential there, and then if Naylor likes it here, Naylor seems like he's hard to impress. So make sure you guys are sending him all the good vibes and taking care of him. I think Gino's more likely than Naylor.
What I need to know, what do we think about Dabo saying Clemson's going 16-0?
I think he's supposed to think that. And I think that you're supposed to put that message out to your kids, but you also got to be real and say, all right, one game at a time. I don't know what his schedule looks like, but no, it's the off season. Everyone's undefeated. Everyone's going for a championship. Why not? I got to look at the schedule, though.
Let's see. What I need to know. Let me find a good one here. Someone said Parsons isn't going anywhere. Every team is going to have to give up too many draft picks. Bump, I'm new at golf. Should I book a lesson to learn the basics?
Yes. Get a foundation. Get about 4 to 5 sessions and then go hack away.
What I need to know, why didn't I hear the air horn when you said Curtis is on tonight? It's a good question.
Boy.
Where's that air horn?
I don't play the air horn or control the board, so that's really Curtis not believing in himself. Or Brady. Brady not believing in Curtis, maybe. Yeah, extra innings from 7 to 9. Mariners off day. They need it.
They need it.
What I need to know, when it comes to Hall of Fame voting, why are Super Bowls valued higher than World Series appearances if a player is deemed Hall of Fame worthy?
I feel like it's harder to get to a World Series than it is a Super Bowl, maybe. I think Super Bowls are easier to get to.
Well, this person thinks Super Bowls are valued more.
Oh, they're valued more. I don't know. It's a good question.
I don't know. I don't think anybody in this year's Hall of Fame class won a Super Bowl. Jared Allen, Antonio Gates, Sterling Sharp, Eric Allen. I don't think any of them won one.
I think it's about who we use the arguments for. I think Super Bowls tend to be used to qualify quarterback debates. So if you're having a debate about, I think Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers have similar stats and are equally as qualified or not to be in the Hall of Fame, inevitably someone will say, well, Eli has 2 Super Bowl rings.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, I have rarely heard it as an argument made for, this defensive guy, he's got a Super Bowl. If someone's talented, you just know he's talented.
Right.
But I think that people use it as a qualifier for quarterbacks more often than not.
QBs for sure. Except for Dan Marino.
Let's see. 866-979-3776. If the Mariners get to a World Series, can the state of Washington give us all a paid week off? Let me tell you who's not getting a week off if the Mariners make it to a World Series.
Us.
The Mariners and also us. It would be really cool, though. I'll take it. Let's see.
It's be the greatest week of Seattle radio.
Oh, it would be the great. I don't think the city would know what to do with itself if the Mariners were in a World Series.
Lots of hugs.
I mean, even having the ALDS here, that was insane. The crowds, the energy. We basically watched 2 games in one. I wish it would have ended differently, but a World Series would be absolutely insane. What I need to know. Let's see.
What I need to know. Do you guys wish you could eat in the Seahawks cafeteria? I've heard it's good.
We kind of do, because when they have midday practices, they bring us food from the cafeteria. So it's kind of like we do.
Bump, any course recommendations for Vegas?
Vegas.
And they said, take into consideration, I'm a violently mediocre golfer.
It don't matter, man. You want to play nice courses regardless. Bali, right in the middle of Vegas, is good. Vegas TPC is good. You got Paiute, that's about 20 minutes outside of Vegas as well. Yeah, try one of those.
Hurry up and trademark Gratisfaction and start selling gear.
Gratisfaction, I'm on it.
And then they said go totems. I didn't say Gratisfaction.
They're just saying go totems.
Yeah, but just in general, go totems. I don't think we're the totems anymore, but I don't know what the mascot is now.
You guys are probably something
it's changed. But
call you guys
I don't know what it
logs
is.
now. You guys are the logs,
No,
the loggers.
I want to say it's the Titans, which I also don't like. I don't know what we are. I can't believe your high school mascot.
The Centaurs, baby.
What a weird mascot.
Weird as heck. We'll clap you though. Don't trip.
Let's see. What I need to know. Will the Pelicans become the Sonics?
I don't know. Don't know enough. I don't think so though. That's the NBA's team though. I doubt they would move them to Seattle.
Well, they're the Saints own them now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, they ain't going nowhere.
2 Mariners questions here. What I need to know is there a legitimate role Bryce Miller can play for the Mariners the remainder of the season?
I mean, he throws gas and be a reliever, you know? You see him in that 5-man rotation, Curtis?
Yeah, I mean, his rehab start in Tacoma was incredible this last weekend. 4 shutout innings, only gave up 1 hit. Like, if it's Bryce Miller, who we have all come to know and love over the last couple of years, he represents a big step up from Logan Evans. But big if.
Another Mariners question. What I need to know. Does Dan Wilson need to show more fire? He's driving me crazy just sitting in the dugout with some of those terrible calls, leaving his guys on an island. Get out there and stick up for them. Now, I always love when a manager gets ejected.
Hey, he was hyped for JP's home run. I've seen him get hyped. But they want him to get at the umps and stuff. That's not his style. It has to be genuine. If it ain't you, it ain't you.
Yeah. So, we'll see. But, I mean, for no reason at all, do I want Dan to get himself ejected? Yes. Yes, I do. All right. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Swung on, hot shot down the third baseline. He's gliding into second. Welcome back, Eugenio Suarez, a double.
Tomorrow night, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in,
gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners with a rare day off today after taking 3 of 4 in a tremendous series against the Texas Rangers, who were hot on their heels. Now the Mariners sitting 2.5 games behind the Astros in the AL West and sole possession of that third wild card spot, 2 games ahead of the Rangers. Other games going on today. Astros on the road to take on the Marlins. Tigers host the Twins. It'll be the Giants and Pirates in Pittsburgh. Phillies and Orioles in Philadelphia. The Red Sox hosting the Royals. Cubs and Reds get together in Chicago. Meanwhile, in the world of college sports, the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments will not be expanding beyond 68 teams this season, but future growth remains on the table. NCAA Senior Vice President of Basketball Dan Gavitt made that announcement today that expanding the tournament fields is no longer being contemplated for 2026. However, the committees will continue conversations on whether to recommend expanding to 72 or 76 teams in advance of the 2027 championships.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 at seattlesports.com. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. We got a big show coming your way. We're going to be talking with Ryan Rowland-Smith with our weekly conversation coming up at 3 p.m. 4 o'clock, our conversation with Seahawks cornerback Riq Woolen. Always fun to talk to Riq, so that'll happen at 4 o'clock. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776. Weigh in on whatever's on your mind. The big weekend for the Mariners, taking 3 of 4 from the Texas Rangers, a tremendous series. And we had the cool experience of being out in the stands Friday.
That was phenomenal.
We didn't sit with each other. We had had enough of each other. But Dave sat with his friends. I sat with mine on opposite ends of the stadium, and we agreed to keep it that way. But
That's
no.
right.
I mean, what an amazing game and what an amazing finish. It was. I was having flashbacks to when Cal hit the home run to secure the playoff spot, and the way
You were here for that, right?
I
You
was
were
in the
at
stands. I was in
yeah.
the stands for that, and beers being dumped everywhere. You're soaked. Everybody's hugging each other. There are tears. It was incredibly emotional and amazing. And this was, I'm not gonna say it was equal, but it was similar. The vibe. First of all, the building was packed. Second of all, it felt improbable. You know, JP's not a home run hitter. You're hoping he's just going to find a way to keep it going, come up with a base hit. And when he did that, I mean, it was. You had strangers hugging each other around. They were just, everybody's looking to the person to their left or right and high-fiving them, whether they knew them or not, and just the excitement and the intensity of that crowd and what that game seemed to feel like and what it seemed to mean. You know, it's a regular season game, but we're coming down to the wire here, and that's the team directly on your heels, and to win in that fashion was unreal.
That was huge, and, you know, I feel like that kind of set the tone for the entire series, kind of what it was about. But, you know, that was one of those where I was in left field, I was kind of on the side, and, you know, and the place was pretty well packed, but I saw the replay of it, and the TV part of it did not do it justice.
Yeah.
Because being there, and, you know, you were there obviously for one of the biggest moments of all time, but that one was huge. And, you know, everybody chanting JP, and, you know, just, you were like, oh man, this is too good to be true, right? If he hits a home run here and wins this game in a walk-off fashion, and it was just, like you said, everybody just went crazy. And that place was really loud.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's one of the things about going to the game. You know, I think in baseball, number one, watching Logan pitch, I mean, it's ridiculous live. When you watch it on TV, it kind of sanitizes it a little bit. It's kind of like what I talk about on the field and with the NFL, that you don't realize how hard the hits are and everything when you're watching, you know, either, you know, on television. But, yeah, I mean, that's the same thing. It just didn't capture how awesome that was, and I felt like everybody was in on it, you know? Like it just, everybody got a chance to celebrate.
Yeah, it was community. Everybody was together. It's a cool thing when moments like that happen, and that was certainly one of them. And then the next day was a little rough. You felt like you had a chance to sweep, certainly, but you go 11 innings, couldn't get it done. Not a great start from Castillo, obviously, and then you bounce back yesterday and take game 3 or take the third game of the 4. So it was just a tremendous series, and I haven't even had a chance to hear this yet because we were there at the game. But here's the play-by-play of the Crawford walk-off.
The stretch and the pitch to JP, swinging a drive deep to right field, going and going. Goodbye baseball, walk it off. JP Crawford with a walk-off 2-run home run, and the Mariners win it 4-3 over the Rangers here in the bottom of the 9th inning. JP Crawford with a tour around the bases, touches third on his way home. The reception for him, his teammates jumping up and down at home plate. The Mariners walk it off. J.P. Crawford with his 8th home run of the season. He's getting bombed by his teammates. Holy smokes.
That was a great call by Riz, but
so awesome.
Listen to how loud that crowd is.
Yeah.
Listen before he hits it, how loud this crowd is real quick.
The stretch and the pitch to JP. Swinging a drive deep to right field.
Listen
Going
to
and going. Goodbye baseball.
crowd is just going bananas. I mean, the second you heard click, it's just, it was amazing. It was just such a cool vibe. And it just, for me, it was just like, all right, here's what's to come.
Yeah.
The playoffs are going to be bananas, and this team will make the playoffs.
Yep.
They are going to make the playoffs. I'm telling you, there's a different vibe, a different energy around this team. Doesn't mean they won't struggle here and there and they're going to cough up a game. You feel like they should win. All of that's still true, but there's just a different expectation inside that clubhouse. I think there's a different expectation, certainly from the fan base, post trade deadline moves. Quickly, Dan Wilson, this is on Friday, just talking about, Crawford struggling. They bumped him down to 8th, and how big this was.
I mean, I think, he has been a little frustrated. I think he has hit the ball actually pretty well here of late. He's hit some line drives like in Sacramento that just weren't able to become hits, and then, just continuing to do what he does. But, tonight I think was just it's just he has been made for the big moments in this ballpark, and we've seen it a lot from him. And tonight, wow, what a huge moment for JP and the ball club tonight.
Did you see the post where he held on to Jen Mueller when she tried to
kind of almost pushed her in the way of Julio dumping the water on him? Yeah, she got it.
Jen afterwards, she was a good sport about it, obviously, but she was like, "Yeah, you got me there. You got me."
Yeah, got to wear that one. But I mean, what a weekend for Crawford. So he has that moment, and then yesterday, tied 3 apiece. He comes up with this.
1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at first base. Tied score 3-3. Here's the pitch. Swung on. That is crushed right field. It is gonna go. It is in the seats. J.P. Crawford, a 2-run home run off of Jacob deGrom, and the Mariners playing long ball. They have the lead. It is 5-3.
How about JP just muscling up over the weekend with some clutch moments to show off that power? I mean, just good for him, because he had been scuffling. There's a reason, Dan dropped him down to 8 in the order and shuffled the lineup, and he's responding. He's responding. So I like it, and don't mess with it. Leave it alone.
It's funny. I've never been big on, tinkering with the lineup or whatever. I always, feel like every plate appearance is like its own entity or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I think you challenged him there. And that's part of, I feel like when Dan puts together the lineup, it's like, hey, maybe send a message here. And, you got Crawford's a proud guy, obviously. And he responded, man, had a hit in every game. And, it was just 2 clutch, basically 1-2 games for him. So, yeah, that was that was kind of interesting to see that. And then, you just look at the length of the lineup now, and it's like the first game when they won 6-0, Cole Young and Dom Canzone were the heroes.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you had, Kirby out there obviously getting gave up just 3 hits in 6 innings, got a quality start.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, but I mean, you got multi-hit games from Cole Young and Dom Canzone. So now all of a sudden it feels like you've got a chance at every spot pretty much right now. So that's the thing. I think that, the trade obviously made a huge difference, but I don't know. It just seems like, for Dan Wilson, so many opportunities, so much chance for improvement.
That's exactly right. And he talked yesterday about what it is he likes about the new lineup.
I mean, it's a dangerous lineup, up and down, and when you have a couple of guys at the top that can run and create a little bit of a havoc, you've got the league's home run king right now, and the RBI guy at the top as well to drive some guys in. You've got a lot at the top, and then at the bottom you've got guys that are putting up really good at bats, and they're drawing walks, and driving the ball in the gaps, and finding themselves on base, and letting that thing turn over to the top again. It's just it's a very balanced lineup, and it's a very dangerous lineup, and I think we haven't seen what it can really do yet, and it's coming. It's really close, and that's why I think this series, getting our feet on the ground and taking it into the next series is going to be big and get us some momentum.
Well, and we talked real quick just about getting help for Cal. I mean, what did he go, 2 for 12 in that series?
Yeah, this was an ugly weekend for him.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that.
So I mean, that's just getting that we talk about. Cal needs help, so it's just not on him every single night, and that was kind of one of the things that stood out.
Yeah, and as he talked about the guys at the bottom of the lineup, even when you had certain guys going up there, even when they didn't come up with a hit, they're driving up the pitch count on the pitcher and, battling, fouling the ball off, and that pitch count's getting out of hand. And you saw some of that yesterday as well, which was fantastic. And we'll talk about their knack for beating the elite pitchers in this league. It's really remarkable what they've been doing and how they'll struggle with some schmagegi that gets thrown out there with a 7 ERA, but you throw up Crochet or DeGrom or Skeens or Skubal, and hey, no problem. We got it. But here they are sitting 2.5 games back of the Astros, who are in a bit of a tailspin right now. I think they've dropped 8 of the last 10, and maybe the injuries are catching up with them. I hope. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, you close to within 2.5 in the AL West. You're 2 games up on the Rangers for that 3rd wild card spot. You're a half game back of the Yankees, who have dropped down to that 2nd wild card spot. They've been in that number 1 spot for a long time, but they've been struggling too. So that you're just a half game behind the number 2 spot, and then 2 games behind the Red Sox, who now hold that number 1 wild card spot.
Yeah, you look at Houston; they've won 2 of their last 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable what's going on with them, and then especially to get to. The 2 cheating teams, we'll get to that. But, that was nice to see. Everything seems to be working out for the Mariners right now. So it's a good time. I think this is as positive as I've felt about this team all season.
Yeah, and you're starting to see guys you're counting on get hot, most notably Julio Rodriguez.
DeGrom delivers. Swung on. Blasted. Center field. This is on its way. It is gone! Julio, number 100 in his career. A 2-run home run off Jacob DeGrom. Julio has gone 2020. The first player in baseball history to go 2020, his first 4 seasons. What a moment for Julio Rodriguez.
Huge moment for him. Career home run number 100, and then doing it out in the field as well.
Here's the windup and the pitch from Logan. Swung on, fly ball, gap left center field and deep. Julio on the run to the 1, he tracked to the wall, reaches up and he makes the catch. Holy smokes, what a grab by Julio. Braces himself up against the wall right in front of the pin. Julio with an outstanding catch, taking an extra base hit away from Josh Smith. And Julio is doing it all this afternoon. He flashes the no-fly zone to his fans up there in the J-Rod squad in right center field. 2 outs for Texas.
So getting it done in the field, getting it done at the plate, and not a moment too soon, because you need him. You need him to make this run through the final, what are they at, 49 games left, I think. So, yeah, it's absolutely huge. And then you heard them talking about his home run being, 4 straight seasons, 20 home runs, 20 stolen bases, first in baseball to do that. And he talked about what it meant to him.
I mean, it's awesome. For a kid of Loma de Cabrera, that's a very big accomplishment. And, I know my family's very happy. And I'm sure they're thinking about all the things that we had to do to be able to get here. Be able to do it with this team and this organization is definitely awesome. And, I'm just excited to see where things are going to go from here.
Yeah, so the Mariners sent out a bunch of notes after the game, the post-game notes and all the marks he established. First player, as we heard there, in Major League Baseball history with 20 or more home runs and 20 or more stolen bases in each of their first 4 career seasons. Became the youngest player in history to record his 4th career 2020 season. He's the 3rd player in Major League Baseball history with 100 home runs and 100 stolen bases through his first 4 seasons. That's joining Darryl Strawberry and Bobby Bonds. And then you've got first player in Mariners history to have 4 seasons of 2020, passing Alex Rodriguez's 3. And he's also the 3rd fastest in franchise history to 100 home runs, just behind A-Rod and Cal. So lots of marks being achieved there with a big weekend from Julio, both offensively and defensively.
Well, and we knew this was going to happen, right? It was just a matter of time with Julio. He's too good of a player. And, he's starting to heat up and, starting to be appreciated much more. And then, I was driving in listening to Jason Churchill talk a little bit about Julio. And we've heard the same thing from Goldie and from Ryan Roland Smith, that this guy is a high character guy.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at, he's got everything that it takes to be a superstar. And people have argued as to whether he is that or not. But, if you just look at, Churchill was basically saying, hey, man, if he let that guy bat 220, for 2-3 months, I mean, he's not gonna act up. There's not gonna be any problem. He's gonna continue to be the same person that he is, and that they got a gem in him. And I know that we weren't talking about that earlier. We were saying, okay, we know at some point he's going to get going, but just his character and the way he treats his teammates and the way he treats every single at bat and how diligent he has been. I mean, his struggles at the plate haven't affected his defense, and so it's a great time to kind of celebrate Julio for these achievements, because he's starting to come around, but also just throughout the struggles, he's always the same guy.
Yeah, and the one thing I loved seeing that night at that game was when JP hits the walk-off. And he crosses home plate, and they're all mobbing him, and then they start walking toward the dugout. The whole crowd's yelling, "JP, JP!" And there's Julio with his hands up in the air, yelling, like cheering a lot. Like he's always, he takes an 0 for 4 night, looks bad at the plate perhaps, but he's out there celebrating every achievement by his teammates. Right. He's not pouting. He's not, well, that should be me, or none of that. You see him, he's the first one leaping over the railing and high-fiving the guys and doing their little dance or handshakes or whatever they've got concocted for their celebrations. And, it's genuine. I mean, he's got genuine joy when his teammates succeed. Obviously helps him win, but even when he's going through it. So I think that says a lot about a player's character.
By the way, it absolutely does. How do they remember all the different handshakes that they're supposed to do with each?
I have no idea,
person?
man. Because they're all different.
Yeah, and I'm just like, okay, I think that's cool, obviously, because, it's a bonding thing. And
how much time are they spending developing those?
That's what I was wondering, too. And, do you get to a guy and go, wait, which one do we have here?
Wait, we did the high, then the low. No, I did the low and high with him. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a million different little things they're doing there.
And Cal, I think he had one with Julio where it was kind of like they went to do something and then they just stopped and wave at each other or something like that. And same thing with Cal, right? I mean, that's another high character guy that, it doesn't matter if he strikes out 5 times, he wants to win. You've heard him say that from the very beginning. It's like, look, all the achievements, everything, I want to win a World Series. So, yeah, they've done a really good job in that regard. And that really, I think it matters. A lot of people, who cares if he's a good dude? Well, if he's a low character person, then he's probably not going to make it through some of these stretches that Julio has been through.
Yeah.
And really, same thing with Cal. I mean, the first year he gets sent down and, he didn't get off to a great start. And it's just, having the right kind of guys. But I remember both Ryan Roland Smith and anybody that we talked to about Julio, Goldie, the same way that, look, they wouldn't have signed this guy to that big contract if they didn't think he was a high character person.
Right. Hey, a reminder, today is the final day you can enter to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Chiefs on Friday, August 15th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, no problem. We'll just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. Send that, and we'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free, so it's all taken care of right there. Let's take 2.
Well, more good news on Friday night. Bryce Miller had a rehab start at the same time down in Houston with Tacoma's AAA affiliate against the Astros AAA affiliate. 4 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 1 hit, no runs, didn't walk a batter in just 52 pitches. His fastball, his 4-seamer, also topped out at 97.6 miles an hour. Great news on that front. Then last night, the Mariners promoted Durangelo Senja and Colt Emerson from Everett to AA Arkansas.
They're getting closer. They're getting closer. But, great to see that from Bryce Miller. I saw a couple of clips on Twitter, and it looked good. I mean, and I like that he's beating the Astros farm system. I don't care. I don't care. They're associated with the Astros. They deserve to lose. But no, in all seriousness, he's going to be beyond a welcome sight when he gets back, and hopefully he's able to hit the ground running.
Yeah, and he's, I think a very important piece to pay attention to. But, yeah, you look at the outings that Kirby and Logan had, and it just feels like it's all starting to come together at the same time. And love seeing that his fastball topped out at 97.6. That's a great sign. So, yeah, hopefully he continues to improve. And then, just hearing Senja and Colt Emerson, just so thrilled that we didn't have to part with one of those that caliber of prospect.
Yep.
So we are a big Fish fan the next 3 nights. The Fish, the Marlins, they're hot. Hottest team in baseball. They just swept the Yankees. They host the Astros for 3. Marlins have won 5 straight. The lead, 2.5 for the Astros in the division. So that half game goes either way tonight, and then 2 more games against Miami. It's a tough stretch, too. They play then the Yankees and the Red Sox after this for the Astros.
Yeah, good. I hope it gets really tough. I mean, the other team that you just brought up, the Red Sox, are just as hot as the Marlins. They both won 5 in a row. They both won 8 of 10. So 2 teams that the Astros are going to face are red hot right now, and hopefully they remain red hot, and the Astros go down in a big, fiery mess.
They're due for that. They're due for that, just because they've had a ridiculous number of injuries, and they still have some guys that are coming off of that list. But
they've lost 8 of 10. Hopefully their confidence is rattled.
Yeah,
they're looking at each other, pointing fingers. There's just distrust in that clubhouse.
Well, we just spent 5 minutes talking about the character of like Julio and Cal. You got to believe that a bunch of cheaters aren't high character.
Yeah,
people,
it's low
right?
character group right there. Yeah, certainly. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. We got our first look at this Seahawks group in a game-like setting. We'll break down what stood out. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach Macdonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.